Hi, everybody. I'm Dan from France, and today I have Jason Cole, Hall of Fame selectors. Hello, Jason.
Hello, Dan. How are you?
I'm very fine, and you? It's a
I'm
little
excellent.
bit early for you, so yeah. Thank
A
you
little
for
bit, but that's
that.
all right. It's get a start to the day.
So today we have a special talk to the whole episode because we will try to understand a little more the Hall of Fame process and maybe more about the process, how it takes to go to the excellence of the sports to French, European, and people all around the world, and maybe in America, in North America too. But to understand more what it takes to evaluate position, evaluate football, and take that into context on each and every areas, because sometimes it's where it's complicated to evaluate football. And I will not just talk about players. I will talk about football if it's good for you. Are you still
Absolutely.
are you still doing it?
Yes, yes. I still write
Okay.
about football, and I'm still a selector. Yes.
But my first question will be the easy one, because I want to know to know how it all started for you, the history with football.
My own personal story with
Yeah.
football.
How you
Oh, I
start
mean, I played
following
as a
game.
kid. I played as a kid, and I was a decent athlete, but I was more of a basketball player back then. That's 100 pounds ago. But um, I have grown to have an appreciation for football because it's a combination of, I would say, the three. Did I lose you for a second?
I
Yeah.
lose the
Yeah. Okay. I'll just restart my answer. I love football because on three levels, there's a totality of the game and understanding 11 players versus 11 players. It's sort of like human chess
yeah
when played right. And it's not just a mauling game. There's a lot of intelligence to it. There's a toughness to it that I have great respect for. And that's not just strength, but toughness. Can you tolerate the pain that goes with the game? Are you willing to inflict pain, within the rules and handle that? I think that sort of hand-to-hand combat part of it is there's a nobility to it. Um, within rules, obviously. And I would say that the third part is the athletic grace that goes with the game. Um,
yeah
and incorporating that athletic grace, the explosiveness, the ability to throw the ball, the ability to do things on time, to do them in unison. So it's athletic ability both as individuals, and also as a team. Like, there's that synchronization that you have to play with, which is really unique. Like it's a perfect sport to watch both on television and up close. And if you follow other sports, not all sports are easy to watch on television and to get a full feel of what's going on. And basketball's okay. Baseball, you don't get a feel for the game at all when you just watch it on television. Football, you really do. It's sort of a perfect made for television sport. Um, and the way that it's run, the pacing of the game, the fact that it's one time a week, there's a very tribal nature to it, and there's a level of anticipation that goes with you prepare all week for one game to play. Um, it's it's very much steeped in the culture of America, and the pacing of it.
It's true that the purpose on our talk, it's not me to telling you how I start following football, but in '96 when I watched my first ever game, uh, I stay watching this game because it was so well designed on TV. This is how it started. I was like, this. I never saw something like that on TV. And to be fair, I was waiting to watch a basketball game because in France, the NBA was much more accessible. And thanks to
Right,
Michael Jordan, by the way,
right,
because in that time it was, I mean, everyone was to watch a Chicago Bulls game, but I don't know that they will have a broadcast football game, and it probably was a football from the Monday Night Football, but they broadcast that on Saturdays, the week after, and so it was that took me attention first. It was, what is that sport? And after that, you have to take your time to understand the game, and it took years, but it's well deserved.
yeah,
That's the thing I will say about football in my
yeah.
just personal experience.
Right. No, I mean, it's a wonderful sport to watch. It really is. It's a great spectator sport. My wife would probably disagree. She doesn't like watching it, but that's okay.
My wife too.
Uh, yeah. But no, there's so much to it, that you can admire, and appreciate. And again, there's an intellectual level of the game which I think a lot of people just miss. A lot of people think it's just meatheads, banging their heads against each other for 3 hours, playing some elaborate game of tug of war. It's not that. It's not that at all. And not if you really watch it and really appreciate it. So I admire the the thinking that goes into it, the preparation that goes into it, and the excitement too. I mean, there's a chance on every play that you see something really incredibly unique.
Yeah, I agree. And so you become a journalist after that. I know that because I have the chance to read some of your articles, especially during the 90s. So that's how, the first, to be fair, the first time I watched your article, it was in 94, I guess. And I check your name saying, I would love to, I read the article a few months ago, by the way, because in 94 was, I can have access to that, but I go back to history, and I check your name and saying one day I will be happy to have a talk. So
Yeah,
yeah,
it's a great it's a great job. It's a really fun job to write about sports. It's not quite the same as when I started. And, most things change. The internet changes things a lot, like what we're doing now. What was impossible, when I got started back in '92. But that's okay. You know, it's a it's still fun, and it's still fun to cover the sport, talk about the sport, watch the sport, and watch it through the eye of a critic. Um, I mean, it's sort of freeing for me to not have a favorite team, which is
yeah,
good, and to just watch the game for the sake of watching the game. Most people don't trust that somehow because people don't trust journalists these days. But I really do just watch the game for sake of watching the game because I love the game so much and have an appreciation for it so much. So again, I can't say enough about football from a writing and coverage and journalist perspective, how much I enjoy it. And it's reflected in the ratings and television things that we have here. Obviously, it's the most popular sport in this country.
yeah. And what was your favorite eras that you cover as a journalist? Because you started in '92, so you
Favorite
have
players, you're saying?
eras, the to
Oh,
cover
eras. Oh, I
eras.
think that
Sorry.
actually the last 20 years has been really fun because we had the largest number of great quarterbacks, um, who were really good at throwing the ball and doing really outstanding things, from that perspective. Now, there's some great ones in the 80s and 90s, and that's what the era where I started to fall in love with the game in the 70s. It really cemented itself in the 80s and 90s. And there were great quarterbacks back then, but the most number of great quarterbacks was really from about the year 2000 to probably 2 years ago. Um, we've had some guys retire in the last couple of years: Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Eli Manning, Ben Roethlisberger, Drew Brees. We've had a certain amount of drain at that position, which is natural. There's some ebb and flow, and there's some guys. Obviously Patrick Mahomes is still great. Lamar Jackson's fun. Josh Allen's great to watch. So there's a certain number of really terrific quarterbacks who are still there, but probably the greatest era, the deepest era of quarterbacking was about 2000 to 2020, and that's where the game is really fun. And when you have great throwers, um, basically you stretch the field out and you unlock all the imagination of a play caller. Um,
Yeah,
so if for people who have followed football used to be basically a rugby like scrum, 100 years ago, where it was just a small group of, moving like this, right? Because guys didn't have the talent to throw it. Well, as the game has evolved and the rules have evolved, the rules have changed, and all that kind of stuff that happens over 100 years to make sure that the game is entertaining and to take advantage of the talent. You have this ability. You now have guys who can throw it pretty much anywhere in the field, and that makes defenses have to defend the entire field, and it allows the offense to use the entire field. And that is just so freeing from um, the capacity of what your mind allows. Um, because there's this combination of the game gets played very much in the middle of the field, close to where the quarterback stands, and everybody's trying to attack the quarterback and disrupt what the quarterback's trying to do, while at the same time the offense is trying to, allow that quarterback enough time to reimagine what he can do with the entire field. Whether it's handing the ball off for a running player, whether it's throwing. Um, in this era, it's more about throwing. And there's an artistry, there's an excitement. As soon as the ball is in the air, it's like you hold your breath and say, what's going to happen at the other end?
Yeah.
And it's just that excitement. And not obviously not every play is really super exciting. Otherwise it'd become boring. But when it's done well and when it's in sync, it's again, it is a beautiful thing to watch when a great quarterback and a great receiver are in sync, or if a great defender is out there doing some amazing athletic things to cover the receiver and disrupt what the quarterback does, or at least the quarterback's throw at the other end.
Yeah.
That's amazing. It's just truly amazing to watch.
And you mentioned that, and it's important. But how, as a Hall of Fame selectors, you are able to put on context every heroes when you have to, I mean, evaluate a player? Because if you look at today's and you look at quarterbacks in the 90s, except Dan Marino, who is more a type of quarterback from today's that he played in 90s, but the other are not played the same. So how it's, I mean, how do you guys have been able to evaluate? Because the exigence, I'm not sure the need of the excellence has to be the same for every eras.
Well, you just have to understand the different the way the game was played 100 years ago, the way the game was played 80 years ago, the way the game was played 60 years ago, the way it was played 50 years ago is different for different reasons. Okay.
Yeah.
um, and a lot of it has to do with the talent of the players. Okay, what are players capable of doing? Like, players 100 years ago couldn't do what we do now. They weren't trained and allowed. The game had not evolved in the way that it's played now. So just it couldn't operate this way, and that's okay. But there were guys who were excellent players back then for what the game was and how it was designed. Okay, and it was mostly a brute strength game, and the game has evolved from a tactical standpoint. And as you free up the quarterback to do more things, and you free up the blockers to be able to protect the quarterback more, and do different kinds of things. Um, there's a very famous story from the 1970s when the president of the Dallas Cowboys, a gentleman named Tex Schramm, was working with his, I think, the general manager, the president and the general manager together. The general manager's name was Gil Brandt. So it was like a Monday after the first weekend of games. And I think there were 26 teams in the league back then, and 24 of them had played on Sunday. There was one game left to be played on Monday. And I think out of that 24 teams that had played on Sunday, 10 or 12 of them had been held at 10 points or less. And I think 7 of them had been shut out, didn't score at all. And so I'll just take this to demonstrate that the president of the Dallas Cowboys, who was very much involved in understanding how football worked and how it was entertainment. Okay, this is supposed to be entertaining. He's got a copy of the morning newspaper that day, right? He looks at the copy of the morning newspaper. The GM walks in and he throws the paper out like that and goes, "Who's going to watch this crap?" Because it wasn't fun. All
Yeah.
right. And so in the 70s, famously, they changed a lot of the rules that allowed the quarterbacks to be able to throw it more. And then what we have today is 40 years, basically, almost 50 years of evolution and physical ability and, thought that goes into saying, okay, throw the ball. make it majestic, make it interesting. How do you compare that to the 60s and the 70s and the 50s before that? It's really hard. Those guys, couldn't do the same kinds of things. They weren't allowed to. And some of the numbers are big back then, because rules were slightly different depending on when you played. So you just have to do your best to say, okay, here's what the rules are. Here's the basics of the game and how it operates. And what was an excellent player in 1950 might not necessarily be an excellent player in 2025. That's just the way it is. Okay. I was having a discussion with another guy about a certain player who was drafted in 1974, and I said, or 1972, and I said, yeah, he was drafted in the second round. So he was a high pick. He was the 35th player who was drafted. I said he would be a fifth or sixth round player at best in today's league because the value of what he does is not that high. Just he's not that functional for what you do in today's modern game. How does that affect how you judge players? This is a guy who was still a good player. He played 11 years in the league, and he had a good, solid career. But he'd be a non in today's game, and that's so. Was he not very good, or was he good? Depends on what the era is. Depends on what the rules are, and you have to, as you define that as a Hall of Fame selector, you kind of have to weed through that.
Yeah.
It's not an exact science. Like there's no,
No.
it is not. Here's what the absolute measure is of what it takes to be a Hall of Fame player. If it was that easy, computers could just do it. We wouldn't have to be in a meeting, and we wouldn't have the arguments that we do, and we wouldn't have fans like you go, okay, well, how does this work? You would just have it written down in a formula that a computer would do, and it would be really simple. And guys, it'd probably be a cleaner in some respects that way, because guys who want to get into the Hall of Fame would say, well, I have to do the X, Y, and Z to get into the Hall of Fame. It doesn't necessarily work that way. Like Eli Manning is a great case. He won 2 championships. That's the biggest debate we have. He wasn't necessarily as excellent, great as some of the other quarterbacks, most famously his brother, who was a first ballot walk in the Hall of Fame guy. But he won 2 championships, which, as I always say, what's the point of the exercise? The point of the exercise is to win, right? Like this is what you play for. You play to win the game. It's a really simple thing. And you play to win a championship and to be the best team that you possibly can be in a given season. That's the mark of being the best. You won on the field. And he did that twice in a 17-year career. That's amazing. It's a truly amazing thing. Is that good enough to get him in the Hall of Fame? Don't know yet. I don't know. And that is the brutal part of the exercise that you're asking about.
Yeah, but we have the same debate in soccer because it's more famous in Europe. You look at I don't know if you know Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi, who have the 2 best
I know the
players.
names. I know the names in passing, and I certainly have watched the sport plenty of times. I don't have the same love and affection that Europeans do for it. That's just cultural. That's all.
But the thing is, we have the same debate that Cristiano Ronaldo hasn't won a World Cup, but he had all the numbers. So to the great player of all time, and Messi has a World Cup. So it's about winning at the end. So one hasn't reached all the trophies that you can reach in your career, and the other yes. So this is where we can sometimes look at a career also, but in the same times. It's a collective sport, so an individual is not maybe enough to win trophies. So it's kind of a hard debate, and this is where I start saying, man, how you guys are able to manage everything about that, because it's about winning, but in the same times, do a player who has been excellent, but maybe not in the team, who has the perfect scheme, stuff like
right.
that. So it's kind of complicated. And you know what makes this perfect? That it's unperfect. because it means that we can improve. That's why everyone is talking about that, because it's the excellence of the game, but there is some topics. And at the end, it's the same about football. Look at the games we have this weekend. Some people was arguing, referring call, good, not good. That's what it's work. People are talking after that, and this is where it starts. And now with social media and the internet, it's become even higher, because before, back in the time, we have to go to the bar or stuff like that to talk with people. So to be imperfect, make it special. It's my opinion. I'm just sharing my thought, by the way. I
Oh,
don't want to anybody think that I'm trying to sell my thought.
oh no, no, you're absolutely right, and there is no perfect system for selecting a Hall of Fame, because I look at the Baseball Hall of Fame. I love baseball, um, and they have 400 guys who vote, and they don't get together and talk about it. We get to have only 49 selectors, but we get together and we talk about it. And some people say, "Well, that's stupid. You should just know." Well, you can say that. You can say you should know. But the argument about you should just know often revolves around where do you live and who do you cheer for? And did you watch Zach Thomas play? Or did you watch Ray Lewis play? Or did you watch Luke Kuechly play? And did you really appreciate what you were seeing when you saw him? Because nobody gets to really see everybody every game and have this sort of perfect palette of information in front of them to say, okay, I can do an absolute eyeball test. I saw this guy, his entire career versus I saw this guy his entire career. I saw every game that they played. It's just impossible to do that. You can't watch every game that way. It's it'd be mind numbing after a while. And I can say I saw Zach Thomas's entire career pretty much and say that's a Hall of Fame player. I also saw enough of Ray Lewis's career to go, oh, he's a walk-in Hall of Famer. And I saw enough of Luke Kuechly's career to say, yeah, that's a damn good player who should be in the Hall of Fame. I'm not sure it's going to be in the first year because his career wasn't quite long enough. And so you start to qualify these things. And that's why we have arguments about it and have discussions about who do we think, so that we can test each other's theories to see who's really a Hall of Fame player, who's not a Hall of Fame player. And so to get back to sort of the original point of how do you define this? I mean, for me, the process is I test my theories of who I think the greatest are by talking to as many people as I can. And what I do is I poll over 400 people who played the game or coached it or were executives. So I text them every year and say, "Give me your top 5 out of the 15 guys who make the finalists in what we call the modern era classification for the Hall of Fame. Name your top 5." And I compile that list and I see who's who's the number one most popular to who's the least popular, and then I test my theories about why that is. Why do people think that? And then I have some discussions with people and say, okay, I see this. Am I right or am I wrong? And then I have that data over a 13-year period, and I can compare that data year over year to say, well, this guy looks like he's right there, and in the view of the general football world, the expert football world, they believe this guy's a Hall of Fame player. And so I take that information and it helps me formulate my opinion. So I try to be as informed as I possibly can. And I know the stats and I know the awards and I know who was all league and who tested better than other guys. I know that information as well. But I also want to know what football people think, because there are oftentimes football people will tell you something that's a little different than what fans will tell you.
I mean, fans, it's kind of. I understand the. For example, if I have to put my voice, I don't take so much credit of what I will say, because you never you have to prove that you're not just thinking about your team, that are fun because at the end you will always say, "Oh, the player from my team deserve to be in. Player from my team deserve to be in." I compare Pro Bowl selection and stuff like that, so he deserved it. But it took a little more that to make the Hall of Fame. If it was not just it was like a math selection. You put the numbers, he has the numbers, he make it. That's it. But it's not the way it's working. So you have to go a little far from that. You have to look at the context, look at the history, and to do that, you have to take the 32 teams and all the players that play to understand it. So the chance I have to live in France, it's like for so many years because we don't have internet. We watch the game that the TV broadcast. That's it. We don't have to. We can't elect. So I have been able to watch teams games from a lot of teams at the end, and so that's helping me to not have to wear a shirt to live. I'm just living by football, and even today, if I can watch it like I watch, I'm more Dolphins fan because it was the first game I watched in my life. So
Yeah, I was wondering
Dan,
about Dan the Man. So yeah,
and
I kind of.
My name is Dan Marino, and Dan Marino. So I was 13 years old, and and you know when you are 13 years old, you make sometimes a question
Oh no,
selection.
hey, look, I covered Dan for 8 years, and he's still among the five greatest at being able to manipulate a throw and do just electric things because he was so talented at throwing the ball, and so his mind worked so fast along with his body and his arm. Like there's no one who's ever been faster at understanding what they want to do on a play than Dan Marino. There are some who are as fast, but no one's faster on a per play basis at understanding. I'm not talking about fast in terms of leg speed. I'm talking about the way your brain operates.
Yeah.
And I've watched so many players over the years going, does their brain operate at a speed? And I always come back to, does it look like Marino? Does it
Yeah.
look like how he would do it? That's the standard. And so when you talk about standard of greatness, one of those is Dan Marino. If you talk about arm strength, it's John Elway because I grew up, I went to Stanford and I watched him in college, and he could do breathtaking things throwing a football. And it's still, I was in the stadium when he did amazing things throwing a football. And so when you're talking about the standard of how does somebody throw the ball, that's what it is. And there are different players in different ways who have different skills that you just admire and you learn to love what they do. Quarterbacks obviously capture the most interest because it's the central character in this play that we have. But like all those players, how they think, how they react, and then how they take that physical ability and apply it to how they think and react is what you're judging here in terms of greatness. And then you have to actually have that level of greatness for a long period of time. I've seen guys fizzle out after a year or 2 years. They just didn't have it, or they got hurt. Things happen. But to watch it over a stretch of 5, 6, 7, 9, 12 years, and see how it changes, it's magnificent. And that's what you're looking for when you're talking about guys who make it into the Hall of Fame, guys who, it's not just compiling numbers. Was there a level of excitement to what they did? Did you say to yourself, I got to watch that guy play? Like the most dominant player I've ever seen in this game is Randy Moss. He's not the most accomplished player. Now he's close. He's got a lot of great stats. He's not Jerry Rice. Okay.
But he revolutionized the position when
But
he
he's
entered the league.
when Randy Moss ran a route and decided I'm going to dominate this game, he could dominate the game unlike anybody I've ever seen. He could just physically say, I'm so much better than all of you. Okay, that I'm going to make all of you look like children. And he could do it. He was really a man playing against boys. And he did that for long enough at a high enough level that you just said, "Oh my God," right?
yeah,
Like, what am I seeing? And that is the definition of Hall of Fame. And even though he never won a championship, right?
yeah.
And
It was close.
and all those criticisms, like you just say, if you watched Randy Moss play, you were saying that shit's great. That's just freaking awesome, right? Like I
Yeah.
gotta watch that. And so, you know, he walked in the Hall of Fame on the first ballot. It was easy.
The
Wasn't much
the
of a
the
discussion.
the French commentators, he has his style to comment the game back in the time. And when he was talking about Randy Moss, he was talking about the Michael Jordan of the NFL back in the time when he was like kind of unstoppable, because he was saying like it's not him going through the ball. It's the ball going into his hand, because you have to do whenever you want double cover, triple cover. He has the ball at the end, so
Yeah.
it was amazing. It's music to my ears, because it's my starting age, because I in 97 90
Yeah.
98 when he entered the league, I was understanding very more the less um, more the game. So I understand better, because it took me times to understand every aspect, and I'm still learning every day. But back in that time, it was a little more difficult without internet, and the commenters can make explanation during all the game. And so yeah, I remember that I was shocked when Randy Moss entered the league, and every time it was Culpepper or Cunningham was trying the ball, like a 70 yards pass, and you say how he will do that, and boom, in his hand and touchdown. So many times.
Yeah.
Sometimes he has to just do 2, 3 reception and touchdown.
Right. And I've got to go on this, unfortunately. But when you watch somebody like Randy Moss, you realize like any ball or any field or any court that he stepped onto, if he had wanted to be a track star, like a 400 runner or probably even a sprinter, he probably would have been like, you know, up there with the Usain Bolt if he had applied himself. If he wanted to be a basketball player, he would have been a great basketball player. If he wanted to play baseball, you know, whatever sport, because he was so good for so long. You saw the athletic skill and the grace that he could do things with. But in football, to be able to dominate in football the way that he did in a team sport, the way that it's designed, with the limitations, the human limitations that should exist. I mean, he took all human limitations and just blew them out of the water. Just destroyed the what you thought was possible. He rewrote it. And again, there are a few humans like that in this game who are capable of taking all this everything that you write on a piece of paper in terms of strategy, X's and O's that exist in soccer, that exist in baseball, you know, what you guys call football, you know, and what we call football, two different things. But you know, all games have what I like to say. There's a geometry to all games, right? And there's, you know, in the lines that you draw and the designs that you have based on the rules that exist. There are a few humans who take all those X's and O's and wipe them away and say, I'm going to do this, right?
Yeah,
And you can't stop me. You
that's
just
true.
can't. And Randy is one of, I don't know, at any given time, there's 5 or 10 of them who
Yeah,
play in the NFL, maybe 5 or 10 of them. And Randy Moss was one of those 5 or 10, but he was also one of those 5 or 10 for like 12 or 13 years. And that's really hard to do. Um, and it's, you know, and even with all his capriciousness as a human being, um, that's what a Hall of Famer looks like. That's what you're talking about. That's Messi. That's Ronaldo. That's, you know, that's all those,
yeah,
whatever sport you're looking at. It's Jordan.
yeah.
It's like, no, it's Randy Moss, and it was amazing. It was really truly amazing, and that's why, you know, that's why I watch. I mean, you're looking for that next
Yeah.
guy.
I was
Dan,
excited when
yeah, yeah.
Just if I just can ask you just a little thing, just a few minutes, because
Sure,
I
go
have
ahead.
to, because it was the purpose, what made that we are here today.
Yeah.
But I mentioned the lack of metrics for the offensive line and how we can evaluate offensive line for history and for the Hall of Fame, because I think I'm not saying, because I do a mistake when I'm writing on social media, I'm not saying that they are the unforgiven position, but it's kind of complicated to evaluate what makes a great offensive line. So if I can ask this question and after that we finish, it would be great. So how can we evaluate that position?
Well, I mean, you just have to watch people play. There are grading systems. There are grading systems that are both accepted league wide, that are done by people outside of the most famous is this gentleman named Mike Giddings, who grades offensive line play. There's some trick of that offensive of um, that you have to know what the assignment was. Now Giddings is expert enough that he can pretty much translate it. So there are some grades out there. There's some information that exists that you can use. It is how shall I say, pretty rudimentary. To do it that way. There's there are statistical measures of how often do teams run certain plays behind guys, and what is the design of what they're trying to do to take advantage of it. Mostly, however, it really is the eyeball test. It's an eyeball test that's done over time. You watch that guy play, you see that he's winning his battles. Is he not winning his battles? Is he really consistent from year to year to year? So there are no classic metrics. There are no pancake blocks. I mean, I hear people say, "Well, you had X number of pancake blocks." I'm like, okay, that's great, but how useful is a pancake block? I mean, yes, it's intimidating. It shows that he has great strength, but was that even the assignment, or was he just trying to knock somebody over? Like the game can be played, different ways. Um, so it's a very finely defined measure for guys. Unfortunately, a lot of guys who are not the best athletes on the field, because aside from the left tackle and then the right tackle and often the center, um, and in that it sort of goes in that order. Your left tackle is still really very valuable, and it requires certain skills. Particularly if you have a right-handed quarterback, that left tackle has to have a very specific set of skills. The right tackle has to have that same kind of set of skills, but maybe not quite as great, because the quarterback can see everything that's happening
Yeah.
coming from that side, and he can adjust faster, whereas he can't see what's coming from that side, from the other side. And the guards and the tackles, the guards in the center needs to be super intelligent, because he has to communicate to the other four guys and make the calls. Most classically, not every offensive line is like that, but generally offensive lines are like that, where the center is making the calls. So he's got to be super smart to be able to figure out what's happening in the front and in the defense, and then communicate that to the rest of the offensive linemen. And your guards are generally your least athletic guys, but they got to be really, really strong. And they have to have certain talent to be able to block a guy who's probably 340 pounds and super agile and can go any direction that he wants to go. So they got to figure things out on the fly. Um, it's just hard. You have to know what the assignment is. You have to understand the system. Like we had you had Jeff Duncan on, I guess a couple of weeks ago,
Yeah.
talking about the process, and one of the players, Ari Evans, who's on the Hall of Fame ballot, when you compare him to a guy like Marshall Yanda, and they're not the results were not exactly the same for both, but you have to also understand what was the system that Jari Evans was playing in What was he asked to do? And how effective was he at doing it? Because if you understand, his quarterback was Drew Brees. Well, Drew Brees is barely 6 feet tall because I've stood eye to eye with Drew Brees. Okay. And I'm 5'11, right? So I know he's barely 6 feet tall. So when you're a quarterback who's 6 feet tall, you better have a very clear path in front of you so that you can see down the field. Okay. You got to have this room in front of you. So what's required of the guards in that system is different than the guards in, say, another system when your quarterback is 6'5" and can see, above the line of scrimmage. You can see everything. It's like you can get away with a little bit more if you're a guard with a quarterback who's 6'5". And guess what? Marshawn Ganda's quarterback for most of his career was 6'5", actually 6'6". It was Joe Flacco. So the systems are designed differently. And this is the kind of thing you need to know and understand and ask about when you're a Hall of Fame selector. And that's the closest you can get to metrics, is understanding those subtle nuances of different systems. And again, I guess in classically European football, I would not be able to say this at all, right? I would not be able to explain it all. I'm sure there are dozens of different systems that teams play, depending on the talent of their player, depending on the knowledge of their coach, depending on what all sorts of factors, right?
Yeah.
Um, and when you insert a player into a given system, does that system work for him to be great, or does it work against him and not take advantage of his skill set? And if you're going to ultimately vote for the Hall of Fame, how impact how you think about that player? Wow, that's really complicated. And there are no metrics, and ultimately, women don't get their due. My counter to this, when I hear people say that, though, is that we do get a lot of offensive linemen in, and we do have a respect for them. And I would love to hear the numbers of people who complain that we don't have enough guys in, because they do the toughest job on the field. At the same time, I also know from talking to enough personnel people that they aren't the greatest athletes on the field. Yeah, there are some offensive linemen who are great athletes, don't get me wrong. And compared to the population, they're great athletes. But among football players, there's no way a guard it can ever be as majestic as Randy Moss. It just ain't going to happen, right? It just doesn't. So Randy Moss is special, and your eyeball takes you to Randy Moss. The reason you watch the game is to see Randy Moss do great, amazing things, right? You fall in love with the game because of guys like Randy Moss. You keep watching the game, and the offensive linemen allow guys like Randy Moss to go out and play at a high level because they create time for the quarterback to do special things and throw it to Randy Moss. But ultimately, you're watching the game because of Randy Moss. So he's really the most famous player on the field, or Dan Marino, and he's the most famous player on the field. And that's kind of how you have to judge fame. You have to put all that into it and figure it out, and then have a big argument once a year for 8 hours with your 49 people who you respect and admire, and say, here's what I think, and let's vote. And that at the end of that it's not terribly scientific. It's not, there's not a lot of great metrics, but we do the best we can, and then we have great arguments about it forever. It's great to go to a bar and say, "Oh no, you missed it. That's the greatest play." And I can tell you the number of fans I get who send me emails who say, "You missed it on this guy," or they send me messages on Twitter, "You missed it on this guy. It's idiotic. You don't know what you're talking about." And then I send them. I make sure that when those people send me that, I send them a list of 15 people. And I said, "Well, you tell me who you'd vote for." And then they send me back the list of the people, the 15 they'd vote for. And I tweak them a little bit. And I said, "Well, didn't you think about this? And didn't you think about that? And what about that guy that you missed, who's obviously a great player and a Hall of Famer?" And then they start to understand how hard the process is. It's not easy to do this, especially when you're limited to only 5 guys that you can vote for in a given year and get them into the Hall of Fame among the modern era guys. It's a very difficult task. Now I love doing it. It's
That is
impossible, and you never get it right. But I love doing it, and I consider it the highest honor of anything that I do in football.
Thank you very much, Jason. I will just add that because to make it very perfect, when I tweet at this weekend about the question about the offensive line, my idea was not to questioning anything about the vote, because when I watched the list of the people who have made the Hall of Fame, they all deserve it. So it means that the job have been good. The only problem in life, it's instead of focusing on what he has made good, we only focus on what we should have made better, and this is where sometimes we
Sure.
misunderstand. But my idea was more about, because it's impossible to vote for everybody and some people will not make it, to maybe sometime by the end of the final years of eligibility in the modern era. And I was taking the example of Wisniewski and Richmond Webb, for example, who are the two offensive line, with Stepnowski, two Lemons Brown, who are in the final years of eligibility, to take maybe a closer look to them, because there is a lack of metrics and they are not the best athletes on the field, like based on what you say, to look a better look, to say, hey, who they will face. And I'm just saying that in a most humble way. I'm not trying, and I want to be
Oh,
perfect to sure. I
look.
don't want to be the guy who's saying, hey, you should do that, you should do that, and then from friends,
Yeah,
guys. No,
but
no, I'm
Dan,
not that
let
person.
me stop. Let me stop you. Let me stop you. It was perfectly polite and fine. Okay. I poked you back on Twitter just to say, okay, well, who's not in? Okay, just asking the question, because that's what I do. People, it's like, okay, if and your idea is not implausible, and we talk about it all the time, like making special dispensation for guys who are in their final year. We talk about that, but ultimately, players have 20 years to get in the Hall of Fame. If in that 20-year period of time we don't get them over the finish line, and they fall off and don't make it, that's just part of the process. There's always going to be somebody who is in their last year. There's always going to be somebody who this is their last chance to make it. And there is this line, and it's a line that is drawn in sand, and it's ill-defined of what it takes to make it into the Hall of Fame. People will talk about recency bias and all these other things that go into it. Look, at the end of the day, my thought is I'm going to put the 5 best players that are on the ballot in the Hall of Fame. Deciding who the 5 best sometimes is easy. If Peyton Manning is on the ballot, that's one of the 5. Like, what are we arguing about, right? Like,
Yeah.
you don't have to have a discussion about Peyton Manning. You don't have to have a discussion about Brett Favre. You don't have to have much of a discussion about Charles Woodson, right? Like, there's not much of a debate. Put him in the Hall of Fame. But for 95, 98% of the other guys, you have to have a long discussion. And that's just how the process unfolds. And I wish there were better metrics sometimes, but if it was all about metrics, they could easily replace me with a computer. And
Yeah.
and
I
then
mean,
it wouldn't matter who watches. Yeah, that's how
more about the metrics, and I will finish with that because I want to let you go. But more about the metrics, it's more about what happened during this era. For example, in the 90s, you have Bruce Smith, and you have to face this legend. So you have to have a left tackle who is able to do his job, and sometimes that puts you into an Hall of Fame conversation. I'm not saying that put you in your Hall of Fame. It's put you in the Hall of Fame conversation. At the end,
yeah.
it's a process, and happen what happened. We can, I mean, if we can handle it, that we can handle our life. Like I will, win much more money. I will fly, for example, to not drive a car. I mean, it's not Disneyland, and life is not Disneyland. So Hall of Fame is
Right.
the same thing, and I will finish with that. All the people who have made the Hall of Fame deserve to be in, so there is no question. And my idea is more to put a light of how difficult the process is, and sometimes it's not
Yep.
about deserving, it's about finding a way that make special during this era. I guess that should have been our only job, if we have to have one as a fan, is just put the right context. This is it. And after that, it's the selectors have the selection, and they decide what they do, and this is it. And I think that you guys don't own anything to anybody about that, because all the people who have made the Hall of Fame deserve to make the Hall of Fame. It's not the question. The question should have been, you should wait maybe 1 year more to help a last chance modern era to not fall in the senior. We can arguing that maybe, but for the rest, they all deserve to be in. I mean, if someone question Randy Moss being in the Hall of Fame, come on, guys. I mean, be cool. We all have to be smart.
Well,
But
we all have our biases, and that's okay.
Yeah.
It's part of being a fan. So
yeah, but I think it's about being respectful too. I mean, okay,
sure.
everyone has, but we have things saying to selectors that, what are you guys doing? I think it's not the point. You guys have made a fantastic job, and I'm grateful for that, because of that, people name will be forever, and they all deserve to be in. So thank you for that. That will be my final word.
Absolutely. And thank you. I appreciate your
Thank
time.
you very much. Put positive comment, please. I will drop off every bad comment, by the way. So don't need to put bad comments, because I will erase that comment. But put positive comments to Jason Cole, the work of the
You can put the bad comments in.
I don't need that. Yeah, but because I will not read him too, they don't need to be there. That's the thing.
Thank you
very much. Have a great day. Bye.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
There's probably a lot of players playing either at the ELF level or especially with the Musketeers that could go to the US and play football at a high level.
When I see the signing of Jack Del Rio, my first thing in my head saying, it's going to another level.
I think those lessons are unique to a sports environment and the way you can learn those. Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. You know, we've been working really hard in the off season.
Salut à tous, bienvenue pour un nouvel épisode du Journée. Et oui, on va reconnaître le parcours de quelqu'un qui est très important, c'est Jimmy Johnson III, right? Coach Jimmy. Il est le coach au Paris Musketeers, et moi je trouvais que c'était super intéressant et super important de découvrir un petit peu son parcours et comment il a pu atterrir justement en France. Donc pour le bien des échanges, on va continuer en anglais, mais sur YouTube, vous avez les sous-titres, donc vous pouvez les activer à tout moment et il n'y aura aucun souci, ça se traduit plutôt bien automatiquement, donc pour ceux qui ont un peu de mal avec l'anglais, vous avez les sous-titres. Hey Jimmy, how are you?
I'm doing well, je suis bon. Et toi?
Très bien, thank you. Very good. I'm actually, it was one of the show that I was waiting for, because I really want you to develop. I mean, the Paris Musketeers and everything happened in there. So I know there is a lot of better person who can do that, but in my area, I will be so happy to have a lot of talk with all of you guys, especially because this season starts to be very exciting for the Paris Musketeers. But today we're talking about you, Jimmy. And if you are cool, I have my first question, who I ask to anybody is the same question. I mean, the same question I asking to everybody. How do you start following football? How all starts for you and where?
Yeah, so I'm originally from the Birmingham, Alabama area. Um, and for me, football was always kind of a way of life. My parents went to the University of Alabama. They were there during the 1992 national championship, and my dad played football a little bit, and obviously big Alabama fan. So football was always kind of a way of life for us. So when I was about 10 or 11, I started playing flag football, which is a little different. You know, in the US, you can start playing football even around like 5, 6, or 7, but I started a little bit later. Um, and then I played flag football, and then I started playing in middle school and just continued on my career. Played in high school, won a couple of state championships, and then went to university at a small Division III school in Central Virginia called Washington Lee University, and I won a couple championships there. And football was just always kind of a way of life. From my high school was huge. I went to Hoover High School, which had a TV show back in the day in the early 2000s. So, football was always just something that I did. It was a part of my DNA a little bit. And I've enjoyed everything that it's brought me in terms of new experiences, relationships, the strategy. I think it's a beautiful sport, and has just meant a lot to me and my family.
Yes, and it make you travel into France now, so that's why
Yeah, of
it's
course.
good. At the end, it make you travel the world.
Way.
and 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 if we go back to your journey, because it's interesting to have all the process in America, because there is a specific process with graduation. They put grades on player, and this is will go into your draft if you enter the NFL draft. How it works in US?
Yeah, so I mean, the draft process is very similar to how the college process works too. Essentially, there are coaches that are going to evaluate you, give you grades in certain specific areas, and then that's going to be why they recruit you for different positions. So, very different from France, and that sports are tied to the education system.
Yeah,
So when I go to middle school, or I think that's like école here, or lycée, I don't know like specific age, but when I'm about like,
middle school will be college, I guess.
yeah,
No.
11 or 12, I go to middle school, and then I can play for the middle school team. So I don't have to play for a club team. So I go to school, and then right after school, I go to practice. And then that's how it is in high school as well. So it's very much like all the schools have fields, all the schools have weight rooms, all the schools have the coaches who teach at the school. So you can see them throughout the day. So it's a little bit more of an integrated process than going to a club. Um, so I did that, and it's just easy access. The team will have a team meeting, and you can come if you're interested, and then they'll give you the equipment, and then you go to practice. So it was really easy to get involved. And then um, at the high school level, you'll get evaluated by different colleges, and there's 4 levels at the university system in the U.S. There's the Division I system, which has the University of Alabama, Ohio State. There's 2 divisions for that. There's FBS, and then there's FCS. There's also the Division II level where you can still get scholarships, but there's a lot more of those schools, but they don't have as much money. Those are schools like Ohio Dominican. One of our Dawson Dales went to a Division II school in Ohio. And then there's the Division III route, which has the most schools actually in the association, and those schools can't offer academic scholarships. So Zach Edwards went to a Division III school, St. Scholastica. So, there's actually a lot of ELF guys that have played at all different levels, which is really cool. And then there's another division called NAIA. My brother plays at that level. So there's a lot of opportunities to play at the higher level, but still only 7% of high school athletes continue on into college. So it's still a very rigorous uh, place to be. You have to be one of the best of the best. And like I said, they evaluate you on a lot of different things, such as your height and weight, your speed, your ability to do the mechanics of the position at a high level. So it's very intense process and it can be overwhelming, but it's a really awesome opportunity if you get the chance to go to university and play. And also, potentially, if there's financial investment as well, it can be really great way to continue on and continue the sport, but also enhance your education as well.
This is interesting because it's like you say, it's a real process, structured process that you can follow at the end your all your life until your professional career if you make it, of course. But it's different in France and Europe, or I will say in France because I don't know how the country how it works. But in France, you have to go to a
Easier.
club and you just
Really.
train 2 days a week. And here, what I listen, it's from the beginning. You can train almost every year, every day. So you really train yourself into getting the best athlete and the best football player you can be because you have the structure that maybe this is the difference you can already understand between America and France. But of course it's called American football, so you have guys to have a better structure because that's your sports. But
Wait.
you know, we are talking a lot you are talking a lot about it's an international bread. The NFL wants to be an international bread, so football become an international sport in the same way. So the first thing that comes to your mind to young people, they want to go to the NFL. But if you live in
Mhm.
Spain, France, or other country in the world, you maybe need to take your chance very early in your life in going to America and maybe try, I don't know, to go to a school and stuff like that. Because our first French player who play in the NFL play in college in the Bulldogs is Richard Ardit. So he has the chance to go
Mhm.
to college, and this is how it makes him play in the NFL. But that's not the center of the topics. The center is you. So what position do you play in the field?
Yeah, so in high school, excuse me. In high school, I played slot receiver. So think about like Wes Welker or Julian
Yeah,
Edelman. And then in
just them.
university, yeah. And then in university I played running back, but I was in a triple option system. So essentially there's like a lot of people moving around and like motioning pre-snap and everything. So I was one of those guys that like shifted positions a lot and blocked and ran the ball and did a little bit of everything. So it was a really fun system to be in. So I've enjoyed it, but I've always been on the offensive side of the ball.
Offensive side. And because you start on slot as a slot receiver, you was a kind of a receiving running back too on third down. You can be that option to catch the
Exactement.
ball. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the kind of prototype of the running back today. They need to run
Yeah.
and catch the ball in the same way. I mean, this
Yeah.
is a
Christian
pass heavy football.
McCaffrey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alvin Kamara too,
Yeah, no
who
doubt.
has a so and Saquon Barkley. Let's talk about the real MVP of the season. I mean, the one who should have been the MVP.
Well, I don't know. I'm a Ravens fan, so Lamar is
Oh,
my
so
guy.
Derrick Henry, and Lamar Jackson. So yeah, you cool with Lamar Jackson, I guess.
Yeah, I love me some Lamar.
Yeah, I mean, he's a generational player,
Yeah.
and he's the modern quarterback you can see. He's a RPO guy. He can play all the three option. He can
Yeah.
run the ball, pass the ball, and give the ball to the running back. I mean,
Mhm.
and this is kind of a question of more strategic, but how can defense can adjust to a kind of player like that? I know you're more an offense coach, but how defense
Mhm.
can read because actually they can because they are not an unbeaten team, but how can we read those type of player?
Yeah, it really comes down to discipline because all defensive structures are going to have someone to account for the quarterback on different run plays or the running back on different run plays. But the difficulty is when you do a lot of movement or you have a lot of pre-snap motion, you can make guys get out of position, you can make their eyes be in the wrong spot, and then all of a sudden Lamar has the football. So it really just comes down to a lot of discipline. And then just a lot of taking risks as well. You've seen some teams be successful blitzing Lamar and trying to really dictate the pace of the play rather than having the Ravens offense be the ones that are dictating the pace of the play. So there's some different things that, defenses definitely have in their toolbox to be successful, but a lot of it really comes down to discipline. And especially, it's easy in the first quarter to be disciplined and do your assignment and do it at a high level. But as the game goes on, as they start doing different things, as you potentially change your tactics, as you get tired, that discipline potentially either stays the same or it wears off. And then all of a sudden, like I just said, the guy that's supposed to have Lamar on the QB pull just dove inside because they've ran the inside zone 8 times. Derrick Henry's running down their throat, and then all of a sudden Lamar pulls the football and there's nobody in the area. So um, that's a really surface level way to kind of look at it. And every team's going to have their different systems and strategies to be able to account for those guys. But football can be really simple. It comes down to doing your job. And a lot of times those big plays come when people aren't doing their job for a myriad of different reasons.
Yeah, and the margin of error in offense is very small because it's like an orchestra, and everyone
Hmm.
has to play his part perfectly if you want to display the play. I will say in defense it's a kind of different because a player can miss a tackle, the another one can come. So it's different, but to run a perfect offense, everyone has to play their role perfectly. So
Yeah,
sometimes
of course.
on TV we think that it's very easy. It's kind of, man,
Hmm.
they play 50 snaps a game. So yeah, it's easy,
Yeah,
but at the end you have to learn the playbook and chemistry, which is not
yeah,
something that
no doubt. And
everyone.
yeah, and people like Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson, same on defense. Someone misses a block and Derrick Henry stiffs arms them into the ground. Hey, sometimes that's why you pay these guys lots of money to do things that you can't scheme up on the whiteboard. They always say, Jimmys and Joes beat X's and O's, and that applies for offense and defense. So
So that's a real world. Now, when we will see a big play on the Super Bowl, we will not say, "Wow, they are true athlete." We will say, "Hey, they are paying enough. It's their job."
it is.
It's not something extraordinary. They are just paid for that. They have to do that at the high level. It's the NFL at the end. I
Yeah,
mean, it's not a small league. It's the NFL. If we don't see the best athlete in the world, it
exactement.
doesn't work. It doesn't work. But
Yeah.
again, in through a level, we will go into that a little later in the show. But we have to understand that the level maybe sounds to be different, but at the end, the technique and the fundamentals are the same in every
Yeah.
place in the world. And how do you start become a coach? Because you were a player, but
Hmm.
you switch into a coach. We are spoiled. We know today what you're doing, but between those, what happened?
Yeah. So I graduated from my university in 2020. So that was a COVID
Congratulations.
year. Things were crazy. Merci. And I was looking to do something in sports. I had a background in journalism and was maybe going to do sports media, sports marketing. I'd always been interested in coaching, but didn't know, when I wanted to go on that journey. And then an opportunity at my alma mater or at my university to coach opened up. And we were also a small school, so I would still have the opportunity to, do some media things such as social media, do some of the marketing, be able to help out with the administration and things of that nature. So it was a really good like first job where I would have a lot of opportunity to learn how to be a coach, but also still be able to learn different things as well, which I was interested in. So I coached there. The first year was COVID, so we didn't even have a season, but that was kind of cool in retrospect because I was able to learn how to coach with
Yeah,
less pressure, which was cool.
less pressure, of
And
course.
yeah, and I have a great mentor, Garrett LaRose, Bobby Jones. Those guys really helped me out a ton. And then the next year we played a season and we won the championship, which was amazing. That was one of the best championship runs I've been a part of. It was really cool to go from COVID to putting a lot of time into winning the championship. So that was great. And then my third season at the university, I was promoted to special teams coordinator and then did that. And then I was looking to do something new. I've been at that school for 7 years now. It was time for a change of scenery. And my friend, Josh Brees, he had just signed a contract to play for the Paderborn Dolphins in the GFL. And that was my first introduction to European football. I was like, oh,
You play
that'd be
football in
kind of
Europe.
yeah. I was like, that'd be kind of cool to travel a little bit. I was itching to explore the world and then also do something that I love. So I just made a Euro players account and started looking into the scene. And then I applied for the Paris job, just sent my resume to Coach Mark, and all of a sudden, a month later, he reached out to me and said he was interested, and we got to talking, and one thing led to another, and all of a sudden, I was flying into Paris, France, to coach
Yes,
American football. And I literally landed the plane. The president, France, he picked me up, and I went to the first ever practice in like 3 hours. So the first day was pretty hectic, but it's been great, man. I think I've really um, found like a new passion for football. I've loved to be able to, explore the world, learn about new cultures and everything. And this has been an amazing experience so far. And I've loved every minute with the Musketeers.
and for all American who will do the same thing that you, when a European say they want you to go to France and coach football, be sure that he's using the right word, because there is football and soccer. Be careful.
Les foot.
The foot, yeah. So yeah, this is where you have to be. But in the same way, football is kind of the American
Way,
football, but in Europe, soccer, I would say it's one of the most favorite, if it's not the most famous sports in the world. So it's not that bad if you finish coaching
way.
Ronaldo or Messi. It's not the worst mistake that you can do.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, but go back to American football. You talk about the special team coordination. It's kind of the, people not discrediting the special teams, but it's a 53 players sports. So you have 11 players on offensive, 11 player on defense, and 11 players on special teams. And what can you tell us about that group of football? Because most of the time when we see special teams going, it's for a punt or a field goal or for a kickoff. And like Peyton Manning said, he hates when on
Mhm.
fourth down they go to punt or going to a three punts. But at the end, how much teams win a Super Bowl with one field goal? So let's put some
Exactly.
light of this group, please.
Yeah, it's called special teams for a reason. It is
Yeah.
special and very unique. I think there's so many elements to it that are underrated. You talked about the 53-man roster. So obviously football is a huge sport. And on most teams, if you sit the bench, you may not play. Whereas, on special teams with 53 guys, obviously not all 11 are going to be on the field. But if you're a special teams guy, you may end up playing 20% of the game. So it's a really unique way for you to engage with the roster, to get some younger guys who are physically talented, but maybe not at the mental level to be able to be a starter, the opportunity to go out there and contribute to a game. And also, not have the starters do everything. You bring a fresh guy onto the field that's excited about this role and is able to go out there and make a big play. It's really cool. As a special teams coordinator, I get to interact with guys on offense and defense as well. So personally, that's a very cool way for me to be able to have different relationships with the guys. It's a saying in football that, the only people that talk to the whole team are the head coach and the special teams coordinator. So it's a really fun way, again, to get people invested in the get people invested in the team, get people reps, and get people excited to go out there and make a big play. Now talking about like the actual, impact on the game, special teams is huge. If you look at, like you said, with Super Bowls, field goals are really common. Everybody knows those are pretty important, and those 3 points make a huge difference in terms of winning and losing games. And I think the thing that people don't think about with special teams is it can be taken for granted, but it's one of those things when it goes well, it's fine, but when it goes poorly, everyone notices. And
Mhm.
if you only get about 30 snaps a game, your margin of error is smaller than even on offense and defense. Because if you have a big play happen on special teams, you don't get many more chances to go out there and fix the mistake. Patrick Mahomes may throw an interception, like Lamar actually in the past divisional game. Like, he didn't have a great first half, but he played well enough in the second half to go out there and put the Ravens back in position to win the game, just because he had so many more snaps. On special teams, if you have a bad punt protection and the punt gets blocked, you may literally only have like 1 to 2 more times to go out there and do punt protection. And the stats on if you get a punt blocked, they're like almost 85 to 90% that if you get a punt blocked, you will lose the game because of the field position swing. So it's really huge in terms of the margin of error is so small. And then with field position, it's an easy way to kind of there's something called like hidden yards. So, for example, if you punt the football and the returner doesn't catch the ball and the ball rolls 15 yards, all of a sudden the offense has to get an additional first down and a half to get to the end zone. So there's a lot of small things like that that really play into the field position with special teams that make it really important when you look at the grand scheme of the game. So, it can be really detailed like in the actual day to day. We have almost a meeting every day with the special teams. We have almost 10 to 20 minutes of practice times every day. There's a whole language, there's a whole different techniques and schemes that are involved in special teams. So it's a really it's a really big task when you think about it, just because you have to do a lot with a little bit of time with players that are doing things that they don't normally get to practice all day. But it's a really rewarding thing when you have a really solid foundation and can go out there and make a big impact on the day to day and then also every Saturday and Sunday. So it's something that I personally love. And I think the guys in Paris have really bought in and built around our special teams culture as well. So it's a really unique phase of the game. But if you really, take the time to watch what happens on fourth downs, it's a really interesting, a whole nother layer of the game.
Yeah, I learned through the years that the science of field position, it's maybe one of the aspects of the game who is the most important, because it's not the same thing when you start on your 20 years than you start on your 14 yards. At the end, it's just 20 years difference, but it's totally different. Defense don't have the same room of error when they start
Mhm.
on the 40 yards. So you just win 20 yards and you are on the football field goal position. So 3 points there. And when you start
Mhm.
on your 20, you have to go and have maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 first down before having the chance to score points. Because at the end, it's like every sport, you have to be the team who score the most points.
Yeah.
We don't care if it's 20 or just one. At the end, the team has the most sports wins. So it's
Mhm.
important. So punt, maybe one of the most important thing in football, because when you punt the ball, it's kind of you giving the ball to the other team, but you don't want to give the ball too close to the midfield, because at the end you're being killed. And this is how so many teams lose football sometimes. We could see that on the conference game between the Commanders and the Eagles. It was not
Mhm.
based on special team, but all the fumbles the Commanders did, most
Yeah.
of them were close to the midfield, and we understand it very quickly that the defense goes like, oh man, they will be on our 20s like this. So
Mhm.
it's important. I have a friend who live in Canada. His call is Remy. He's someone coach he coach in high school. It's high school, I guess it was,
Mhm.
and he always saying that it's fascinating, the special teams. It's very fascinating, because you have almost all the aspect of the game on the special team plays. So
Yeah.
it's kind of very, very interesting, and I'm glad that you are a special teams coordinator, but because we can talk about that today.
And if you think about it, your friend, special teams is even more important in Canada because there's only 3 downs.
Yeah.
So they punt a lot more frequently and the field's bigger and stuff like that. So special teams is even, more complex in Canada.
Yeah, and back to the start of the NFL season, everyone was questioning the new kickoff, and it gave much more interest. I mean, at the end, what happened the past 10 years, when there is a kickoff, nobody was watching the kickoff, because 99% of the time it was a fair catch, or it goes to the end zone. And now we have something different. It's something can happen. I remember back in the times, the Ravens against the Giants, the Super Bowl. We have like back to back to back. I don't remember if it was that way, but you have three kickoff return into a touchdown, two for the Ravens, by the way, and it
Hmm.
was. I mean, it was amazing, and everyone talked about that in that time. It
Hmm.
was one of the best moments during the Super Bowl. And the other thing was Ravens defense destroyed the Giants, and
Whoop, whoop.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Good times.
Really wish it was one of the greatest defense ever, by the way. So yeah, back into 2000, right, or
Yep,
2001, I don't remember.
2000.
Yeah, we were young. and and take a look about one of another position that maybe today we talk less, and it was a high topic back in 2000 and even more in 90, but even more in 80s 70s, is the running back position, because you're coached running back too. uh, what are the requirements to play that position?
Yeah. So running back's actually really unique because, like we were talking about earlier, it's evolved a lot to be a jack of all trades. So what I mean by that is you have to be physical to be able to pass protect. You have to have good hands and good um, body control to be able to run routes out the backfield. And then you just have to be fast. You have to be quick, and you have to have great vision. So those are kind of the things that I'm really looking for. Great spatial awareness to be able to understand the blocks, be able to read how quick or how slow people are coming to tackle you, so you can make different moves, and then have the speed and agility to be able to outrun defenders, to be able to have what we like to call wiggle. So that means
Mm.
just like to be able to move around to make people miss and things of that nature. So, and then you have to be smart as well. There's a lot of different scheme stuff in understanding of the offensive line and also what the defense is doing to be able to read the blocks properly, because the O line could be working a double team up to a linebacker, and it's really important that you run at the double team in a certain way to help them out, and then you'll be able to cut to the hole that's going to open. So rather than just running straight to where the hole should be, being able to set things up so everything works properly, like you talked about in an orchestra. So like I said, being able to be physical, catch the football, run good routes, be fast, have great agility and wiggle, and then good vision and spatial awareness and body control are all kind of the things that you look for in a great running back. So some of those things are like general to football as well, but again, the vision, the spatial awareness, and the I would say the agility are the things unique to the running back position.
And if for example a kid 10 years old watching this episode and have the subtitle, if you live in France or wherever, what are what is your advice or you to him to, I would say, play football, but especially if you play the running back position, and maybe look at the special team area, not as you miss something because you are there. So, what can you tell him to work since now to have a chance to play any position on the field, and especially running back or special team? Because I can understand that you have some players who will feel like, oh man, I'm playing on the special teams, it means that I'm not good. I'm not think that this is the good vision.
So I think if you're young, honestly, you should just one, this may be like different, but one, play all the sports you can. Play as many sports as you can, because you're gonna develop things that you're gonna develop footwork in soccer that are gonna translate to, especially to football American or le foot. My bad, not
Le
soccer.
foot.
Play le foot.
Le foot US.
Le foot.
Il y a le foot et le foot US.
But one, I'm just a bit, a lot of times people are, only playing one sport. And I'm not a big believer
Yeah,
in that. You should play multiple
yeah.
sports to develop things. But, talking about things in football, I think you should try to play multiple positions so you can understand just how different things work, so you can understand the orchestra. So if you're on a small team, like try out safety, try out receiver. If your heart is set with running back, that's awesome, and you can play running back. But it's important for you to understand everything. That's a big thing that we're trying to work on with the Musketeers and just football in general in France, is just like raising the football IQ or the football intelligence, because that's a really underrated part of the game. You're not just
Mm.
going out there and hitting somebody. You need to hit somebody with this leverage. So if you miss the tackle, all your buddies are going to be able to come and help you out with the tackle. So just raising the football IQ. So being able to understand different positions in the on the field is super important. So I would say footwork, any type of footwork drills you can do on a day to day, those are super important because footwork is everything, especially at the running back position. Being able to have quick and controlled feet and being able to avoid defenders is super important. General strength, so just weight training. If even at that young age, I don't know if you should be doing weights, but push ups and sit ups, just general things like that to be able to get stronger is going to be really important. And then I would just say also your hand-eye coordination. So being able to like catch a ball, have that spatial awareness and seeing defenders are all things at an early age that you can do to help out that will build a great foundation to when you advance. Maybe you're a bigger guy, so you're a power back. Maybe you're a smaller guy and you're a scat back or a speed back. Then you can specialize and really dive into things that you're going to be great at. But I would say footwork, strength, speed, and then vision and spatial awareness are the things that you can work on now and get accustomed to that will help you down the road as you become a better football player.
Yeah,
But
that's it.
again, just playing football and just playing sports, being active is going to be the key to, you know, being a great athlete down the road.
And enjoy, I guess, because most of the time you have to find the sports that you enjoy really, because of course in Europe and
Yes,
especially in
yeah.
France, everyone wants to be the next soccer best player, but the room is very tight. I
hmm
mean, when you talk about all the young people playing soccer, and there are millions, at the end, less than 1% will finish professional. So if you really want to do a professional career in sports, don't put all your cards in just one sport, because you never know. You think that you're good in soccer, but maybe you're even better in tennis or American football. You never know. So it's better to put a maximum cards in your hand, and give your shot. But as a coach, as a sports educator, of course you advise, your advice will be do sport, whatever it is, but do sports, train your body, because it's important for life, especially when you enter your 40s. You need to have a great body to
Yeah, and your mind too. There's a lot of tactics that help, and just also learning about how to compete and be a part of a team. All my best lessons that I learned from sport, championships are great, but I feel like I've learned how to face adversity, how to navigate a team, how to navigate with people you may not get along with the best, but you have to come together to be a part of one team. A lot of lessons. I played baseball in the US, and a lot of lessons of just like mental toughness and patience and things of that nature I learned playing baseball that can translate directly to football. So I think there's just so many elements. I've thought a lot about this. Sport is kind of one of the only places where you can have a controlled environment that puts you in a high stressful um, place with a lot of different people, and you're able to learn how to navigate that with, the stakes are high in the arena, but if you look at life, we're not doing brain surgery, we're not, police or firefighters rescuing people. It's a very safe environment to be able to learn those traits, especially at a young age, that depending on what your career is or your family, there's going to be moments where you have to lock in. And coming from that sports background, that's helped me be able to navigate life in that way. And I think those lessons are unique to a sports environment in the way you can learn those.
And that's for sure. And this is where I want in that show to develop the aspect of beyond stats, embrace the journey, because the journey resonate much more in every personal life, in every career we can have, because all the challenges, all the family teams spirit, and all the things that you can learn in sports will help you also in your work, because in your work you can have tough time, you can have a new guy come or a new girl come and want to take your spot, and you have to be better. That's the same thing in sports. So that's why I want you to develop the show in that way, to, I mean, humbly, if I can help just one person to understand better the importance of the sport, it made my day. So this is where I want to go with that show. And going to where I want to go to that show, it's also to create awareness into France football and the Paris Musketeers. Sure, you talk about you travel, so you enter to Paris Musketeers. I hope Frenzy didn't sign your contract with Marc Angelo, not just because you were a Ravens fans, because we all know Frenzy loved the Ravens. I hope that it's not the requirement because hey, I'm a Ravens fans. If it's that.
No, no, but it may have
Yeah,
helped.
no, it's a joke. So what was your first day in Paris Musketeers? Can you explain it? What was your
Yeah,
feeling?
I remember. I was really excited. In this, it was super new. It was my first time in mainland Europe. I had done a university trip to Ireland for a month, but this was my first time in the mainland. So I was excited. Um, I flew in. I had an overnight flight from Atlanta, so I left about 5 p or 17 hour in the U.S. and then I got to Paris around 8, and then Francie picked me up, and then we drove to the facility, and practice started at like 11. And I shook hands with everybody. I said, "Hey, nice to meet you." I, you know, I had no idea how to pronounce a lot of the names, and um, I was really messing up the names, especially on special teams. You doing drills and stuff, you're calling out a lot of names to put people in positions and everything. So that was a rough start, but everybody was awesome. Everybody was really excited to get going. We had our first team meeting and then we had our first practice. So by the end of the day, I was really tired, but we had a great practice. And it was cool to just get started. And I think the thing that's maybe people don't think about is, especially in the US, a lot of teams that you're a part of have been around forever. So this was a brand new team. This was the first time you were getting all these people together in this one place under this new logo with this new mission. And that was really exciting. It's also really humbling to be a part of something like that. And it's also really difficult. It takes time to really build something and it takes time to get everybody on the same page. So it was just a really unique thing to be a part of. I don't know if maybe I'll be a part of something like that in the future, but so far I've never been a part of something like that where you're literally you're part of the first brick of a
Yeah,
house.
yeah, yeah.
And that was a really cool opportunity. So, you know, so far it's been, like I said, it's been great, but that was a really cool day that remember for probably the rest of my life.
Yeah, and you know what you're saying, it's really resonate a lot to me because when I met Frenzy and when I look at the Paris Musketeers, it's all about, if you took into perspective for the next 10, 15 years, I mean, we were there from the beginning, and we've been seeing this team growing each and every years, and we don't know what the history will be. We don't know if this league will going to a major league, a more popular league, and maybe we will see a player that we will be following being drafted in the NFL. We never know what could happen, what can happen, or in the CFL, because sometimes we are not uh, only looking at the NFL, but you have the CFL too, and other leagues. So we don't know where it's going, but the exciting part I feel for the French fans is to look at a project from the beginning. They are like living the moment, and I know that I don't want to do some buzz, but we know who will be the next head coach for the next season. Who will be the head coach for the next season? And this is for me immediately when I see the signing of Jack Del Rio, my first thing in my head saying it's going to another level. I mean, we are if we want to see a French player or player from the European League football going into a North America league, you have to be trained like the NFL players are training. So the mentality I expect will be in that level, and this is exciting for the future because it is how it starts. It's not by bringing players; it's also bringing the culture, the mentality too. And this is what you guys have been doing since the beginning, and this is going into another level now. And I can tell you that Jeff Duncan, who is the writer of the New Orleans Saints and also a Pro Football Hall of Fame selectors, DM me saying, "My God, Jack Del Rio just signed to the Paris Musketeers. You guys has to be exciting. And I was like,
Yeah.
yes, like it's like a Christmas today.
Yeah, it's gonna be really exciting. We've been working really hard in the off season, building the players, developing the players, building the playbooks and everything. So we're really excited to build off of what we accomplished last year and like you said, take it to a new level. And I think the really cool thing about, being at the ELF level is, you talk about players from France going to the US and stuff. I always tell people like there's probably a lot of players playing either at the ELF level or especially with the Musketeers, that could go to the US and play football at a high level. I think the difficult part is just like one, it's hard to, you know, with paperwork and everything to go from France and go to university in the US with scholarships, with lack of scholarships and academic requirements and everything, and just, being in a new country. But I think the biggest difference is just like I said, when you're at the high school or university level, you can work out every day. You're fed 3 times a day and stuff like that. And it's just different with the club system just because the sport isn't as developed. But there are so many players, if you put them into a college football program and had them weight training year round and had them eating year round, they would be great college football players. So I think that is something that, I know we're trying to build the level and we're not content with where it is. And we're really striving to take the organization and we're trying to take the sport to the next level. But I think people would be really impressed with the level it's at now. And I think, I think people in the US don't really understand that, these guys play great football and they are really committed. And that's a big reason, like I said, why I love this team because I know when I step in the building every day, we have great players that are really focused on trying to be the best people and players they can be. And if you can have that, you can do anything.
Yeah, for sure. And just I will make a little precision. You guys were title contender last year, so it doesn't mean the team is a title contender this year because they really will come. You guys were already a team built for the title last season. I want to give credit to also the past of the Paris Musketeers, but sometimes we get too much exciting for what happened next. But we have to understand that the team were very good, going to the semifinal last year, and damn it, we could have gone to the final, but we don't we never rewrite to the past. But the team
Yeah.
was excellent, so gratitude and respect for all the work who have been done, and looking forward for the work that will be done. And I have a great talk with
Merci.
Digan, who is a Paris Musketeers player on
Yep.
defense side of the ball. He shared a story about going to Canada and the lot of uh, difficulties he has, money, scholarship. You have to pick his university very carefully because there is an
Hmm.
entire process. This is very important to have those kind of story, those kinds of sharing moment, because nothing happened like I want to go to there, it's coming like this. There is a process and you have to know the process, and with you guys sharing all the aspects of this will be a huge help. And this is the part of where there is a chance that there is someone start a game in a Super Bowl in the future and being a French or Spanish, but they already have a Spanish player or German player, but a French player, just Richmond, started really start a game in history. So yeah, what are your thoughts? And this will be the last question. What are your thoughts for the future of French football? You starting saying that there is a great athlete, but what is for you the if we look at that 5, 10 years from
Hmm.
now, what do you expect?
Yeah. I think things are in a great spot and are just going to continue to develop. Like I said earlier, I think enhancing the football intelligence is really important and making sure people understand the why behind things. So I think that's been a big thing that's been a part of like what we're trying to do at the Musketeers is explain why we're doing things. Yeah, we're going to run inside zone, but we like this play because of this. And that's been great, just in the early conversations with Coach Del Rio. He's a really big proponent, or he's thinks that teaching is really important. And that's what really separates, the good from the great coaches is like being able to teach. So I think that's really important. And just again, just getting more people involved, both as players and coaches, are just going to enhance the game at a different level. So um, I'm really excited, like I said, to be able to be a part of the Musketeers, which is, kind of that main driver right now, and then to be able to help out as much as I can. So, like right now, I'm in Cannes right now, helping out with the Iron Masks, which is a Division 1 team in the French domestic league. So I've been doing that a little bit in the off season when I'm not with the Musketeers. I travel to different places and help out with the coaches and things of that nature. I was in Belfast, Northern Ireland last year, and that was a great experience. So I think just continuing to develop and get more people involved, get people learning, and then you know everything's not going to be perfect. It part of building something is making mistakes, but giving people the opportunity to make those mistakes and learn from it is also a part of the growth as well. So the more experience that you have and the more time goes on, as long as everybody's focused on the goal of developing the sport, enhancing the players, enhancing the coaches, and we're all doing that together, we'll be able to navigate anything that occurs, whether that's positive or negative. As long as we have the same mission and are taking it one day at a time, un jour à la fois, c'est bon.
Yeah. I am answer. And it sounds cliche, but never be afraid to do a mistake. This is where you start learning.
Mm-hmm.
You never learn by having right every day. You learning by
Mm-hmm.
making mistakes, and maybe that separate between a great and a good. It's the one who take the risk to do mistakes sometimes. So this is where it's going. And
Mm-hmm.
to finish the show, I will say it to American. Just this. First of all, thank you for this sports because it has been one of my highlights on sports. Damn, I would love to have played that when I was young, but we never do the past. We never rewrite the past. But listen, it's all about opportunities, and
Ouais.
just I know that you guys will always have the best athlete. The MVPs will always be American. I understand it, but you know what? I know that there is a kind of protection into American football. I understand it. There is no issue in my head, but listen, we have been able to have like players like Kylian Mbappe in soccer, which was arguably one of the best football soccer player in the world. We have Teddy Riner, we won a gold medal. So
Mm-hmm.
French are good. Don't be afraid of that. And listen to Tony Parker. He has been a lot of fame in basketball and the NBA become even better when that happens. So it's just a matter of being better and growing. And for athletes in the NFL, it's the best thing that could happen. Can you see the how many Ronaldo and Messi win money? You want to develop in the world, man.
Mm-hmm. It's true, c'est vrai.
Yeah, so international bread is maybe the best thing that can happen for the future of football.
Yes.
Eh,
Yes.
thank you very much. A lot of good energy and luck because sometimes you need that extra luck to win a title.
Bien
But
sûr.
I know that you guys will put a lot of work. The off season will start very quickly, and you guys
Oui.
will work a lot. And I hope that the stadium will be full this year because middle empty
J'espère.
stadium. I do not like that. I do not like that. That's not the best promotion of football. So people just go
Mm-hmm.
to watch American football. It's a very interesting, and even in live on stadium, the quickness of those athletes are very impressive, and you will
Mm-hmm.
enjoy the moment. So just take a chance to football. And the good thing is by watching the Paris Musketeers, you don't have to wait until 2 a.m. to watch a Monday night game. So it's still good to see that. And I let you the final word, Jimmy, for the French community. And thank you very much for joining me today. It's been a pleasure and an honor.
Et merci à vous pour tout à faire pour la communication de la sport. Et like I said, un jour à la fois. And allons-y. Let's go. Let's have a great year.
Yeah, all for one, tous pour un.
That's important.
Yeah, and sky is the limit. That's my feeling for this team. Sky is the limit.
Yeah, just got to take it one day at a time.
Yeah, one day at a time.
Oui.
Merci à tous. Et un commentaire positif pour Jimmy. Et on le remercie d'être venu aujourd'hui, d'avoir partagé sa vie, sa passion pour le football, son histoire et aussi un petit peu ses espoirs pour le Paris Mousquetaires. Thank you very much, Jimmy. Have a great day. Merci à tous.
Merci.
Bye. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Le Huddle, a French podcast. I'm Dan from Paris. And today I have the great honor to receive John Tierney. How are you, John?
I'm doing really well, thanks.
Thank you very much. It's an honor for me because you're a high-selling historian. I have a lot of friends talking high about you, about your knowledge, about all your work and search you're doing. And today we will try to educate people in France, Europe, and the rest of the world about the history of football and the importance of contextualize and bring that into fact when we talk about the greatness of the sport. Are you good, John, for that?
I'm all good. I'm just, if I turn to the side, it's, tell your folks it's because I'm looking at my other computer.
Don't worry. And the first question for me is very simple. We have to start with a very simple question. It's how do you start with following football, by the way? How it's everything start?
Oh, it came from my dad, and that's what he would do, watch football, and my older brother as well. And early on, I would just wonder why they were so interested. And I think the first Super Bowl I remember seeing on TV was Dallas and Miami in Super Bowl VI.
Yeah.
The Cowboys won, and I was a Cowboys fan, and then I later changed teams, but I sure liked it when the Cowboys won. And I lived here in New Mexico, so they were close in location.
I'm following the Miami Dolphins. It's every time good to remember that Miami go to the Super Bowl but lost a couple of one.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
But so you start following the Cowboys, and this is where you start really going in through the games, the aspect of the tactics, strategy, or it's become bigger after.
Yeah, there was kind of a process. I was just a little kid when I started watching football. The following year, my dad got me a magazine called Street and Smiths. It's a preview magazine that you can still find them online at Internet Archive. You can look through them. So that's kind of what got me hooked. They would tell you all about the players and the upcoming season and who was good. And it was just fascinating to me. And then as I went through junior high school, I played football and would also read about it. And it just became something really interesting to me. I really didn't get into strategy until I was older, when I started playing in high school and later on. And probably when I got into research was in the early 90s, when I wanted to do sack research. You would hear tales of Lawrence Taylor being the all-time sack leader. Well, from things that I had read, those books and magazines growing up, I believed that Deacon Jones had more. And when I found out there was these things called play-by-plays, now they're called NFL game books, that you could go through and track what happened in all the games. After that, I was hooked. And then I got into the Hall of Fame process because there were people who I thought were worthy of the Hall of Fame. And I would call or mail voters and give them the information. And then I started traveling to Super Bowls, and I could get a media credential, and I would talk to the voters. And this was all in 96, 97, 98. And then I became familiar to them. And for the past 25 years, I get contacted a lot if somebody wants a particular candidate in, and I would work up some statistics or find some quotes. This guy was the best I ever played against, one player might say, against another. So that's kind of how it started, and it just has expanded since then. You know, with the internet, you can learn anything really fast.
Oh yeah, but we still need articles sometimes to go back to context. That's helped me a lot because I'm going through a little, I say a little, into history now. I'm just a rookie, by the way, regarding that. But you say you start being a Cowboys fan, but you say that after that you change. So for what team you rooting for after that?
Well, I don't root for anybody anymore, but around around that same time, I started to see the horns on the Rams helmets, and I liked uniforms, and so that kind of converted me over. Plus, my older brother was a Rams fan, so that was when it changed. And then I got to learn the history of the Rams even more, and even recently, I was able to get some films from the 40s, 50s, and 70s with the Rams, so they're not just video highlights from a game or full games that you can download. These are game films from shot above. And so I just got really, really interested in it. And back in the 90s, again, the Rams had asked me to do some research for them, and I helped them with their media guide and getting it up to dated and a little more accurate. And so, yeah, it just became almost like it was my avocation, even though they were winning Super Bowls. I tried to be more partial. So impartial. I was partial at the time. So I guess you could say I still follow the Rams, but I really don't care anymore who wins the Super Bowl. I just want the best teams to face off, and I hope it's a good game.
Yeah. Especially for us in Europe, we have to wake up at midnight and follow the Super Bowl until 5 a.m. So yeah, it's better if it's a great game, by the way.
Sure, yeah.
And so you say you have to be partial. It's really something that you have to embrace to become really a factual historian, and don't try to go be more into your teams or the teams you follow.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, for 10, 12 years, I picked my own all-pro team. And if you go back, you won't see a lot of Rams on it, for example. You'll see the ones that kind of I thought deserved it. And there might be a sleeper, somebody who I knew about that other people didn't. But I do that for all the teams. So I don't think you'll see any bias in that. When you see me do articles, though, on Pro Football Journal, because I know a lot more about the Rams than other teams, I'll do more articles on them because I know the history a lot better. But I could do it for more teams. And we have a gentleman named Eric Goska who will do things on the Packers, and my good friend TJ Troop does things on the Rams, but also the Bears. And these are guys that know everything about their teams. So that's kind of how it goes. And I know other researchers who have their favorite teams, but they'll be impartial as well. Talk about all the players, who's the best. You just try to eliminate as much as you can, the bias.
Yeah, and you know the funny, if I can say, can I be honest? I really go through a Richmond Web career, but when I go through the Richmond Web career, I learn and understand more the impact of Bruce Smith, by the way. And now I'm really good, and I'm going to that. I'm going to the Super Bowl back to back for the Buffalo Bills, and how it was incredible, by the way, that a team who lost a Super Bowl go back to a Super Bowl and go back again. It's not happened a lot of time in history. So when you start with something, you have to go through other things to understand more the context and everything related. So I think by being more partial, it's helped us and helped me a lot to understand more about the context, especially during the 90s, because I'm really focusing the 90s now, because I have to start from, I start watching football in 96, in a time that in France the football was not very accessible, so it was very rare to watch a game. So that's why I'm really familiar about that. And to just give you a little fun fact. In the 2000, France was love the Rams, Kurt Warner, Marshall Faulks, and the Passevi with Dick Vermeil. Yeah, they talk a lot. You can watch a lot of games of the Rams.
Yeah, well, yeah, that was they were so terrible for the 10 years before that they finally, Marshall Faulk kind of falls out of the sky and Kurt Warner falls out of the sky, and it turned things around in 1 year. It didn't seem real.
Yeah, and the revolution. It was a little like a revolution, by the way. The way they play, like they throw a bomb every first snap in the game. Boom, they go through a touchdown. I remember those times. I was a little more younger, but it was kind of fun to watch, to be honest.
Yeah.
And you talk about the Pro Football Journal and the Talk of Fame too. It's also a place that I've been learning more. I've been reading a lot about all the article, the research you did. How can you explain us all the process, the work, and how? And it's very important. How did you find all of those information, fact, and context to help us? Because at the end, it's help everybody who is very interesting. To understand better the era, a player, a team, football in general?
Well, first of all, you just can't do it alone. I had a friend named Nick Webster who has done a ton of work that appears on the site, like blocked kicks. He's done the work in that, and other defensive statistics that I've done quite a bit as well. And of course, TJ Troop and Jeff Miller, who's a Bills expert. All these people kind of contribute to what we do. With this defensive statistics, Nick and I will go through the old game books or play-by-plays that I was talking about, and you read it line by line. Who ran the ball? Who made the tackle? And in some of those old play-by-plays, there's a tackle chart at the end. So you know who made tackles, sacks, deflected a pass maybe. But sometimes that's not there, so we would go through it line by line. And then when we still had gaps, we would have to go to other sources, like if we had a film of that or if there was a game on YouTube, something like that, and fill in the gaps. So it's a long process, and we were working on it since the 90s, and I didn't start Pro Football Journal until about 2012 or so, and that's when we started little by little putting it in there. And people could see things that they couldn't get anywhere else. Pro Football Reference didn't have them. Nobody had them. I also was a collector of old books, and I've got well over 1,000 volumes of old books that some of them are little pocket books, stuff like, a book kind of like that, or some of these things that I used to read. And there's information and quotes in all those. So you go through them, and if you're, for example, doing a case for Richmond Webb, I would go through that, try to find if there was anything written, or old magazines, preview magazines. Sure, you can do a lot of it online, but I've got a lot of it in hard copies that you can't get online. So that's how we try to make it a little bit unique. And maybe other tackles admired Richmond Webb, for example, or other defensive ends besides Bruce Smith might have said, hey, this guy was really tremendous. So I like to try to expand kind of the common thing that everybody has. I'll watch people make cases for players online or on Twitter, and it's all stuff that everybody knows. He was this time All-Pro, he was that, and it gets kind of repetitive. So I try to at least bring a little extra something. If you disagree about somebody that deserves to be in the Hall of Fame, the supporters of that player will rapid fire, oh, he played this many games, he did this. Well, we already know that. Tell me why he's better than somebody else. And that's where I try to get more information than others. That's what Nick and I do, TJ, Jeff, and Eric.
The offensive line position. It's kind of complicated to go through stats because we really don't have pancakes, sack load individually by games. It's kind of complicated to find resources like we can have for the wide receiver, how many targets he has, how many reception he did. I mean, it's complicated. How you guys do that? Because and we will talk about the senior group after, because we have to talk about that, because we have a Pro Football Hall of Fame senior group selector. So it's important to understand that. But there is a lot of offensive line. I feel that it's complicated to create awareness, especially when they play in the 80s, 70s, 50s, because there is no so many sacks. And if we look at how many the quarterback have been sacked, is great, it's good, it gives you but it's still a collective approach, because you don't know who in the offensive line allowed the sack. So it's kind of complicated. How do you guys be able to contextualize this position?
Well, a lot of it again is kind of done for us. Statistics like targets and things like that, a lot of people thought, they're brand new. The company that started that was called Stats Inc., and then they changed their name to Stats LLC. Now I believe they're called Stats Perform. Back then, that you could get books where they would do the best they could to watch the film and assign particular sacks. They started this in 1993, and it went on. But none of that's really been released online. Stats Perform kind of holds it tightly. They're a subscription kind of company. So if somebody wanted that, they would have to pay for it. But they did have books back in the 90s, and there was just a lot of information. We know, the number of sacks that, say, Richmond Webb had or somebody else. Now, there's going to be some give and take, because they were just like we were. They weren't coaches, so they didn't know who was responsible for all the sacks. Sometimes it's obvious, other times it may not be. And also, you could go through old media guides. And a lot of times in the little bios, the coach is trying to say something about the player that the PR people want to put in there. They'll say, oh, he only had 2 holding calls all year, or none, or he only gave up 3.5 sacks. That was something that you could find out about Mike Ken, who was in the senior nominee. One year he had no holding calls. The team was really good at running the ball. And according to his coach, he gave up 3.5 sacks. Well, that's a tremendous year. He was consensus All-Pro. And so once you have that, then you try to backfill as much as you can. You can't always get it, but you do the best you can. Now it's kind of done for us with Pro Football Focus or Stats Information Solutions. You can get information like that. But you're right, it is hard back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s to find that information. You can find holding calls, for example, most of the time, starting in about the 70s. So I know how many holding calls, say, Jackie Slater had. Nobody else has that. Nobody's taken the time to look.
You keep that private.
Sure. Once you learn what the number is, then you compare it to others, and you say, yeah, he did have a great statistical trail. And then, of course, you watch as much film as you can, games, and see what they might do a little bit different. I didn't really get into that until maybe the late 90s, as I got to know some of these players, and they would kind of teach you what they were all about. Hey, I did this move, I did that move. And it became really, really fascinating to me. It was the kind of process you're going through right now.
Yeah, and also I talked with Ron, who was very active for create awareness for Randy Gradisher, and he told me the difficulty to have tackles number, because back in his time they were not counting tackles. So this is why historians and that's why I said I'm honored, because you guys have been able to give us light on stuff that almost everybody don't remember. And today it's easy to know which defender, how many tackle he did a game, a quarter, during a season. But back in the 70s, 80s, it's complicated to know and have the right numbers. And if you guys don't do the job, at the end it's kind of for the public, who is very interesting on that, it's impossible to know that. And for the Pro Football Hall of Fame selectors too, it's also complicated to have that if they don't pair with you guys to have all the credentials and like you say, extra information that you can find on internet easily, because Pro Bowl selection, it's all pro selection, stuff like that. We all have Wikipedia and all others website to understand that, but there is a really important aspect, context. I Ken Crippen teach me the term of contextualize everything before finding a fact. That's the context give you the fact. And this is why I think, in my view, I mean, Pro Football Hall of Fame selectors and historians have to work together, because it's how you can protect at the end the history and the excellence of the game. I am right, or I'm really stupid and naive to think that it's work like this?
No, you're not. You're neither. You know, you're very intelligent, and it's great to have that kind of passion. And Ken is right. Context matters. A lot of people you'll see online will really disparage Joe Namath, for example, being in the Hall of Fame. And the reason they do it is you look at his numbers, and they pale in comparison to players that came later, and they'll look at how many interceptions he threw. But those who saw him play saw that he could do things that others couldn't do. He could complete a pass on the far sideline from the right hash mark, for example, and throw it with authority. Other quarterbacks just didn't even try that kind of thing. So you can say he belongs or he doesn't belong, but you really can't use just the numbers to try to knock him out. You have to have the context of what was going on in their offense, what he was asked to do. He threw deeper passes than anyone else, averaged 18, 22-yard outs and 22-yard digs and a lot of posts and things like that. He just didn't dump it off to backs a lot. He did some, but it wasn't until after he retired that the passing percentages went higher and the yards per catch went lower. So it just became kind of a different game. The passing game had to become more efficient. Offensive coordinators saw that we didn't want the quarterback to get sacked and lose the ball, or we don't want to throw too many interceptions. And that's the kind of context you need to understand Joe Namath. And I'm not sure everybody knows that who started following football in 2015 when they turned 15 years old.
I watched before and I didn't know that. So you can learn every time.
Sure. Well, I learn every day, literally every day. I learn something new that I did not know the day before.
That's the beauty of going through I will say history, but history, no matter the context, football, sports, life, economy, everything. When you're going through the history, it's where you learn and you understand why the evolution of things. If we go back to football, you can understand the evolution of the football when it was a run-heavy league and turns into a pass-heavy league. And you can understand it's all about, I guess, entertainment. And rules change because the coverage from the cornerbacks are different now. So I guess the wide receivers have better abilities to getting open. That's helped a lot, I guess. I'm just checking with you if I'm right, by the way. Every time I say something, I'm just waiting for you. Yes, it's good. Or no, it's not.
No, that's exactly true. If you watch games back in the 60s and you see a cornerback dive at the wide receiver's legs, it's called axing. He'll just take him right out of that play. So the quarterback's expecting, let's say, his ex-receiver to run a certain route. If that cornerback can take him out at the knees and eliminate him from the play, well, then the quarterback can't go to whoever he thought his primary receiver was going to be. Well, that's illegal now. That was made illegal, I believe, in the early 70s. Then it became you could bump him only within that first 5 yards. So there's a lot more receivers getting free releases. They were not able to be distracted or bumped and harassed while they were running their routes. That makes it a lot easier to complete a pass. So it is completely different. And you're right, it was for entertainment. Remember, the NFL is about making money. They make money through selling their product to the networks, and the networks make money through commercials. The networks only make money as if a lot of people are watching, so they can charge top dollar for those commercials. Yeah, it is about entertainment, and that's a big driver of what happened in the 1970s when many of these rule changes were beginning to be implemented, and there was incremental ones all throughout, protecting the quarterback, for example. They found out that people don't like to see quarterbacks get hurt, and you have to have a backup. So they started to protect them. They could say, yeah, it's all about player safety. And you give them credit. Sure, it is. They don't want people getting hurt just in general for the ethics of it. But part of it has to be that they don't want, for example, Tom Brady going down. So he gets hurt, with a shot to his knee. Next thing you know, you can't go low on a quarterback. So that's the kind of thing that happens. And then it really does increase the efficiency of the passing game.
And it's funny because I go back to my time when I was in '96 to understand that the evolution of football is also internet, and sport in general and life in general, of course, because for me to know the standings of the leagues, if TV don't show me that back in that time, I didn't know who is first, playoff picture or stuff like that. It was really complicated. Now you have the information in a second, and you talk about a lot of evolution. What is for you the biggest evolutions football had during the decades? I mean, 70s, 80s, 19, 2010, 20. What is the key change in general on football, and also on every position, if you have highlights on that, to understand how really the football changed?
Well, let's take offensive linemen, for example. In the 60s and 70s, offensive linemen could not extend their arms. They kind of had to block like this. If you watch old films, they were blocking like that.
Yeah, it's true.
Later in the 70s, they could start to extend an arm, but they had to bring it back. Then in 1978, they could extend both arms and keep them out. And that's really when they were able to pass block more efficiently. Just think if you can use your hands trying to slow down a defensive lineman, as opposed to only being able to use your forearms and your balance. And it's if you play any kind of sports, you know that using your hands is always going to be make it a lot easier. That's kind of what makes football, your guys' football, so impressive, is because you have to play against great athletes and not use your hands except for the goalie. So with football, it was almost like that for blockers. They could only have their hands like that. Then they extended more rules where now you don't even see holding calls happen that much, maybe once or twice a game. They also have allowed offensive tackles to go back even further. They're trying to correct that a little bit. You'll notice that they will call penalties on tackles that are too far back on the line of scrimmage. Well, it used to be they had to be on the line of scrimmage, but they allowed them to go back to where their helmet is at the midsection of the center, and then they would cheat it. The tackles would cheat it because they're trying to get a better angle for those really good athletic edge players. So they're trying to push it back a little bit, but those are some of the evolutions for offensive line, the use of hands. For defensive backs, it's kind of the same. They've restricted their use of hands. It's the same body part, but it's kind of in the opposite. They used to be able to, what they would call mug receivers, just kind of pound them and hit them before the ball went, and sometimes even when the ball was in the air. That didn't get changed until the 1970s. Like I said about axing, they could just take out a receiver, go to his knees, and if the receiver went the wrong way, then he would go down. So that's kind of how that has changed. Quarterbacks, of course, everything is so much more complicated. The plays, and then the checked plays, and then the different things that a quarterback has to do. There's just so much more now that a quarterback has to do than back in 1965 when Don Meredith would get in the huddle, call a play, red right 34, X post, and then they would go call the signals and run the play. He didn't have to really worry about how much the other team was going to blitz because it didn't happen all that much. Maybe the weak side linebacker was going to come, but it wasn't all out blitzes. They didn't have tons of different coverages. You had man-to-man, you had maybe cover three deep, and a few different variations. Now you can have cover 4, cover 6, cover 8, zone blitzes, all sorts of things that just were not part of what a quarterback had to face back in the day. So those are some of the evolutions. If you want more, I could give you more, but those are some.
I can listen to you for hours, by the way. So if you want to give more, give everything you want. I mean, it's a privilege to especially for us in Europe, who we know that it's a business. Football is going through frontiers, and I think the NFL want to be a sports like soccer or basketball or tennis all around the world. I mean, you go in every place in the world, they all know soccer players like Cristiano Ronaldo or Lionel Messi, who is playing in the MLS. So I guess they want that for the NFL because it's good for business. Just I mean, it's the most important part. So look at us. We are talking. I'm in France. You're in US. It's great. We have that talk that we probably will never had if it was not sports. So it's good to remember that it's bring everyone all together, no matter where you come from. So if you want to give more evolution, I'm here to listen, and everyone is here to listen.
Well, yeah, and I like what you said about the NFL wanting to become worldwide. Basketball is worldwide. You can see European basketball, and there's huge basketball leagues in China. And with football, soccer, it's all over the world. Billions of people are into that, and that's what the NFL wants. In some short order, there's going to be a team, maybe 2 in Europe. It's just going to happen, and eventually there'll probably be one in Latin America, and then in the, for example, Far East, there might be as well. And they at least are going to have. They've had a game here and there, Japan, Europe, South America, now Brazil. It's going to expand even more. They're going to want to try to get into the Chinese market. Who wouldn't want 2 billion people, that kind of market, so you can kind of sell your products. Politically, it's not really viable at this moment, but we don't know what the future will bring. Yeah. And you have to remember the NFL is growing across the world, but a lot of people in the United States are not into it from the really young age like I did. Fewer people are playing it. A lot of young guys are kind of into Madden football, not necessarily into going out and playing it or learning about the history. And also in the United States, the population is not growing like it used to. So demographically, I believe the NFL knows this, and to keep up their market share, they want to expand into other countries so they can kind of replace the generations that just lived and died for football. The baby boomers, the World War II generation, and even Generation X to some degree. But as the millennials come along, Generation Y and Z, I think they're seeing that they're just not into American football like the religion it kind of was for people my age.
Yeah, I guess it's one of those great evolution in 2000 that the football gives. It's the expand into other countries, playing in London. Next year they will play in Spain. So you have 3 countries in Europe receiving NFL games. It's important, and that's why I guess, and this is why I'm doing that, by the way. It's important that we explaining more the history, because you have a lot of people who will follow the team who is good. By the way, I'm pretty sure in France you have the bigger community is the Chiefs community, because they're winning Super Bowl. You have Patrick Mahomes, you have Kelsey, and with who he is leaving. So that's help a little more again. But
Yeah.
it's important to understand, because in France you still have the time difference, so it's kind of complicated to really bringing people watching NFL when you can watch football or soccer or tennis or basketball in the great time zone. They still, it's because for us, when we're following a Monday Night Football, we are alone. No one is with us because bars are closed. You will not be there in your house because everyone is sleeping. So it's still an individual sport, and you only have internet to have interaction with other fans. So that's the reality in France, and I guess in Europe. So I don't know how they will handle that, but it's kind of the major difficulty, I guess, now to be a sport in the same level that soccer or basketball, because soccer and basketball is very, very easy. People who not following that sport know players. I mean, back in the Michael Jordan era, you have person who never watch a basketball game knows Michael Jordan, and you have people who never watch a soccer game and knows Lionel Messi. So this is how you can feel that this is the selling that the football has to be looking for. But hey, go back to your history now, and
Okay.
and back in the history, you are a pro football selector senior group, right?
Yeah, and this is my first year having a
It's
vote in the seniors committee. I was an advisor to the senior committee before, and for years before that, uh, for a lot of voters who've known me for 20 years, or even ones who had met more recently at Super Bowls, they would ask me for things, what I would call nuggets, like a little nugget or a fact. And so I would find nuggets for the person they were trying to present. And I don't talk about it a lot, but there's been quite a few players, and it was pretty often that somebody I was giving information for would be presented in the Hall of Fame, and many of them got in. The one that was the real hard one that just I couldn't get over was Randy Gradishar. In 2003, I was asked to come in and kind of do a lot of stuff on what his career was like, other than what they already had, the committee that was working on him. And I found a lot of things for him, just things that the individual tackles game by game, and quotes that you just didn't find elsewhere. And he didn't get in. He was in the top. He went from the top 15 to the 10, but he didn't. He was in between 6 and 10, is all we know. He just didn't get there. And then a couple years later, he was close, and he just kept falling short. There were some voters that were just against him. They didn't believe the tackle numbers, for example, that the team had put out. And I tried to correct that by putting out the actual ones from those play-by-plays that we talked about, the game books. But they still wouldn't budge, and guys kept leaping. Then he went in to be a senior, and other players kept leapfrogging him. Not that those guys weren't worthy, but they didn't have, in my opinion, as an elite career as Randy Gradishar. So, boy, when he finally got in last year, that was when I said no more individual efforts on any particular player, because that one took a lot out of me. There was people I was working on that would get in ahead of him simply because he wasn't on the final 15 that year, or he wasn't the senior nominee. And I really thought he should have been in the Hall long, long ago, back in the 1990s. He should have been, maybe you could say he only played 10 years and maybe didn't deserve to be a first ballot Hall of Famer, but he certainly deserved to be in the first few. I call the Hall of Fame voting in the 90s the bad old days, because I could share you some stories that were about the biases some of those guys had. And you had to really break through. And somebody who was young like me and didn't have their experience, they're not going to listen to me unless it really grabs them, something they just didn't know. But they felt like they had all the gravitas, the power. They had been covering pro football since the 1950s, for example, a lot of them. And some of them even before. Bob Oates, the voter for the Rams, I asked him one time if he saw Red Grange play. And he said, well, no. Well, yes, I did. I saw him play in college. So in the 1990s, there was a voter on the Hall of Fame committee who'd seen Red Grange play. So that tells you how far back some of those guys go. And when somebody's got that kind of experience, they're not going to look at some 25, 28-year-old and take his opinion over theirs. So that was kind of what we were up against at first with Gradishar and a couple of others. But later on, they began to trust my research, and so that made it a lot easier.
That's why
Red Grange play.
That's why, by the way, I always asking you stuff when I try to write some facts for Richmond Wave. I ask you it is accurate or not, because I know no one will listen to me, and I accept that because it's how it works. But that's why I'm looking for information into historians, Jack Silverstein and you, Ken Crippen, and other. I can name everyone because I will forget all, and I don't want to forget anybody. But I think it's, in my opinion, the first thing that it's to partner with people who are really connected with the history and of course the excellence of the game. So it means Canton pro football selectors and have the expertise that you can have just by throwing that someone belongs to be in the Hall of Fame because he has 5, 6, 7, 8 Pro Bowls. It has to be more, because if we're really looking back to the Pro Football Hall of Famers, the players who have been elected to the Pro Football Hall of Fame, I can't see someone who didn't deserve it. They all deserve it to be there. So it means that the Pro Football voters did a great job, but sometimes they don't did it for the player who has been in a modern era group. So back to the senior group, you guys say that it's like the backlog at the end of the senior group. And how do you guys are able to, because it's a complicated task now with the new rules, and I guess you want to elect 10 players per year, I guess, because there is so many. I guess maybe they are waiting for the list it goes on every year, and you have now the final years of modern era player who will become senior player, and they will maybe wait 40 years, and they will maybe not be there anymore to receive the golden jacket. So how you and other Pro Football Hall of Fame selectors in the senior groups manage this? Did you guys talk to the modern era selectors and be careful, this one, don't let him fall into the senior group because we will not be able to select it into 30, 40 years? How it works? If you can say, I understand you will not be able to say, but it's something really interesting.
Yeah, well, the only thing I can't talk about is what was said during the meeting. What they call that is quote unquote room confidential. Of course, we don't meet in rooms anymore. It's on Zoom. So I call it Zoom confidential. We can't talk about what somebody said or positive or negative about anybody. You just don't talk about it. But anything about the process before that, I can talk about that and conversations I've had in general. This year was different in the sense that, as you mentioned, there was new rules. And there's a new screening committee that's made up of I don't know if you wouldn't call them voters, but a lot of them are former players. Some of them are Hall of Fame. Some of them are not. There could be historians. We just don't know who they are. So they took a preliminary list of 167 names and narrowed it down to 50. Those 50 names were presented to the 9 voters on the Blue Ribbon Seniors Committee. So we listed who our top 25 were. And then that became that became the quarterfinalists. They don't call them that, but that's the only way that I can really describe it. And it turns out there was a couple ties in the voting, so there was 31 of those players. The next cut down is to 9. So then we had to take those 31 players and write down who our top 9 were. So that's what became the list that was published last week, what they call the semifinalists. Yeah. Then we had the meeting, and everybody made a case for the player they were assigned. And then there's a cut down to 6, then a cut down to 3. So it's gone from 167 to 50 to 31 to 9 to 3. And those 3 names are sent to the board of selectors. I believe there's 49 of them right now. There should be 50. I think they're just one short. And then those 3 names aren't guaranteed to get in. There could be just 1. There could be 2. There could be 3. But they have to compete with the contributor nominee and the coach nominee. So out of those 5 individuals, only 3 can get in. And we just don't know who that's going to be. So that's kind of how the process goes. So somebody can go from 167 to 50 to 31 to 9 to 6 to 3 and then still not get in. That's the frustrating part. In fact, probably one of the seniors won't get in this year.
Yeah, it can happen, right?
It could happen. I believe the coach nominee, Mike Holmgren, I think he's going to walk in. I think he'll be one of the 5. And the contributor, Ralph Hay, may or may not. I don't know how they feel about him, the committee as a whole. So if he gets in, that leaves just one slot. So that's going to be the wild card. If hopefully they don't, if they reject Ralph Hay, I hope they don't, then there could be 2 openings for those senior players. This year it's Jim Tyrer, who is a tackle for the Chiefs and played a year with the Redskins. And then there was Maxie Bond, who also played a year with the Redskins. They were teammates in 1974, even though Bond, he only played like 1 game, had 1 tackle. He might have played 2 games. Anyway, he just kind of filled in. He was coaching for the team. Linebackers got hurt. Coach Allen, George Allen, said, hey, why don't you suit up? So Maxie Bond did. But before that, he played with the Rams and the Eagles. And then Sterling Sharp, who would have been a Hall of Famer a long time ago, except he hurt his neck and only played a short career. Had he played longer, he would have gotten in. He's certainly a Hall of Fame talent. And because the Hall of Fame voters have been putting in guys that had shorter careers recently, that opened up an opportunity for Sterling Sharp's career to be reconsidered. And it was. And so I think he's going to be the absolute for sure senior that's going to get in. It's just if there's going to be 2 or 3, we don't know. But that's the process for those of you who, those of your listeners and viewers don't know it. Yeah, it's very complicated.
Yeah, and it's almost complicated for the last years of modern era because they will go through this pool after the 20 years of eligibility they had. So, and if I don't like to I'm no one in this process, so I don't want to say something that it's not right, especially because I can mix my English. But I have to be very careful with what I'm saying. But do you think sometimes it's time to be careful into? To have balance between first ballot and last ballot. I mean, it's kind of the same importance at the end.
Yeah, and that is kind of going away. It used to be, at least for my generation, or maybe even just for me, being a first ballot Hall of Famer gave somebody gave them extra cachet for their career. Yeah. Not only were they a great Hall of Famer, they were somebody that nobody objects to getting in the Hall of Fame. And those being first ballot Hall of Fame was associated with players like Jim Brown or Gino Marchetti and players like that, Johnny Unitas, or later on Walter Payton. You hear the name, you immediately think Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
But then there were players who got in, and without mentioning any particular names, that got in on the first ballot who didn't seem to have the kind of career that Deacon Jones and Marchetti and Unitas and Jim Brown and Gale Sayers had. So that kind of diminished the gravitas, in my opinion. And recently there's been a couple of defensive ends that, in my opinion, don't belong in the same group as Gino Marchetti, Bruce Smith, Reggie White, and Deacon Jones. Those were the only first ballot defensive ends there were. Now there's more, and the 2 that got in recently, I think, are absolutely Hall of Famers. But are they in the same category? Should they be on Mount Rushmore for defensive ends? And they really shouldn't. And I'm sure your viewers know who Mount Rushmore is and what it means, the American presidents. I don't know if there's a French equivalent or not, but
I'm not sure.
A lot of times people will say, put something in the Louvre. So we'll say that play was so good, put it in the Louvre or the.
Now I understand what you're saying. Yeah, sorry, I didn't catch you up when you say that. He has to put it in a Louvre. Yeah, it's mean it's a masterpiece at the end.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And so it's kind of complicated. In my opinion, the way that they have to the process, but it still preserve the excellence of this sport. So that's why it's a sport that become now international worldwide, because the excellence is there, and it's important. And I read a Sports Illustrated in '94. They cover that the left tackle position was the most important position in football back in that time.
Mm-hmm.
And because it was a run-heavy league, I do not get it. Why, to be honest?
Well, in '94, it was starting to become more of a passing league, at least compared to before. In the 1950s, it didn't really matter left tackle, right tackle. Nobody really made any kind of distinction. My opinion, and other historians might disagree, is that the defensive ends were starting to become really good in the NFL. Like Gino Marchetti, he just changed the game. He was the first defensive end to really use his hands. He just had an extraordinary natural strength. He was a smart guy. He had been to World War II. He had fought in the Battle of the Bulge. Nothing got to this guy. So when he got to football, it was like a vacation. But he was just strong and had a mean streak, and he could run really well for a guy his size. And he decided that if he would use his hands and throw people out of the way, he could just dominate them. Well, teams started to kind of follow that. Hey, we need to get a Gino Marchetti. And teams would put their best pass rusher on the left side. So there was Marchetti and Deacon Jones and Willie Davis. And even for the Giants, they had two good defensive ends, but a gentleman named Jim Catvage. And so at that point, teams had to counter it. Well, how do we stop all these guys? So the top tackles back in the mid to late 60s, all the way through probably 1980, the top tackles were on the right side, partially because teams would run right more often. That's where they would put the tight end. But also that's where the best pass rushers were. And they were protecting the front side of the quarterback, not the blind side. Even Art Shell, who was a dominant left tackle, he was protecting Ken Stabler's front side. He wasn't really a blindside tackle because, as you know, Ken Stabler was left-handed.
Yeah.
But then starting in maybe the late 80s or late 70s, early 80s, teams started to overload the blind side. Hey, we can't really beat these right tackles as much, so they started putting kind of a better pass rusher on the right side. That's kind of what the general theory was. Put your all-around best defensive end on your left, put kind of the more pass rush guy on the right. Well, then in 81, a guy named Lawrence Taylor comes into the league, and generally they put him on the right side, though he would move around. And he was just a mismatch at first for who they were trying to block him with. It was usually a running back and then maybe a tight end. Eventually they had to put a tackle on him, and it was the left tackle. And Anthony Munoz was becoming dominant. He was drafted in 1980 and 81, so there was kind of some correspondence there. Well, then teams said, hey, we need to get a Lawrence Taylor. And teams would draft pass rushers and put them on the right side. Well, to counter that, teams started drafting left tackles. It became more important because they didn't want these one-on-one blocks taking out their quarterback. So the left side became the dominant tackle position. Teams had to get a left tackle. They became the highest paid offensive linemen. They had the hardest job because a lot of times they were left one-on-one with some of the best pass rushers. So you can see kind of the evolution went one way and then it returned. I don't think it's as important now as it was even 5 years ago. It's becoming less and less important. But boy, in 1990, 1995, 2000, 2010, yes, 20, the left tackle was the elite position. and they got the most money because they had to protect the quarterback's blind side, as opposed to the front side, which was more important 30, 40 years ago.
So if I'm understanding correctly, so in '94, when Sports Illustrated called the left tackle position the most important in football, it was because the league was evolutionizing into a more balanced football. I would not say pass heavy, but it was not run heavy like we think it was.
Yes, that's correct.
So this is important what you're saying, because in my opinion, it starts, you have the 49ers and the Miami Dolphins was throwing the ball a lot, and the rest was running 2 first down. It was run. So
yeah,
it's not that simple. It was a little more balanced. And when I look at the you mentioned Bruce Smith, the sack leader in the history of the NFL. You have Reggie White just behind, below.
Just below.
But it's just very short. And you have one, it was in the left, the other one was is the right side. Because I read an article saying Richmond Webb did really well in his rookie season against Derek Thomas, Lawrence Taylor, Bruce Smith, and Reggie White. But Reggie White, it was not true because he was playing in the opposite side. So that's why history, article, and Crane Crippen always told me, double check everything. You have to double check, because it's not because he's writing that it's really true.
Yeah, and that's correct. And it's true that Reggie White moved a little bit. Sometimes he would play defensive tackle, but it was almost always on the left side. Early in his career, he might play over the center when Buddy Ryan was his coach, and they were playing that Bears type defense. But he was not a right end like Derek Thomas generally was, and those other guys you mentioned. Chris Dolman, for example, is another one that was a dominant. Richard Dent was a dominant pass rusher, almost always on the right side. So that's where the really dangerous guys were. So yeah, you're right. And to pick out that the writer got it wrong, that's smart. That's cool.
And so I grew up watching football with the 70. I call that with Ron the 78 squared epic battle. It was an Hall of Fame epic battle between Bruce Smith and Richmond Webb. And if we have to contextualizing that with Don Shula, it was almost an all pass football offense. So when Bruce Smith played against and not just Bruce Smith, by the way, every pass rusher, general, partial, it was like being in a candy store at the end, because there was so many opportunities to sack and sack Dan Marino. I guess it was back in that time something that every pass rusher was looking for, right?
Yes, and it was hard to do because Dan Marino got the ball out as quickly as anybody, even to this day. He wasn't going to sit back. So to sack Dan Marino was hard. Then you get a left tackle like Richmond Webb, and it became a lot harder, because even before Webb, they had good tackles, but Webb was so much better. So teams really had a hard time because they drafted Richmond Webb. It made it even harder to get Dan Marino. Not only was it harder to sack him, it was harder to get pressure on him, which is important as sacks. So that really kept, I think, Dan Marino upright and being a good, really great quarterback, even into the 90s, even though he was getting older.
But how do you explain that a player like Bruce Smith almost had 1 sack per game? So it means he has a sack. I mean, how? Because I guess if teams was playing against Buffalo Bills, they were trying to run the ball. I guess it's important to in my mind, a player like Reggie White or Derek Thomas, Lawrence Taylor, Bruce Smith, the elite pass rusher, to avoid the sack, they were running the ball, because it was you have more history of running the ball that you have today that we know with RPOs, stuff like that, with the mobile quarterback, it's easier to avoid pressure. But back in that time, when you had those monsters that having almost 1 sacks per game, how the NFL, not the NFL, the NFL teams and offensive schemes try to adjust?
Well, for somebody like Reggie White and Bruce Smith, they would put a tight end on the right next to the tackle. And before the tight end would go out on a pass route, he would what they call chip. He would give him a real quick shot or a real quick block. So not only does the really good pass rusher have to beat the tackle that's trying to block him, he also has to contend with a chip block. And it might not even be the tight end. It could be the running back that's in pass protection. And so they've told him, make sure you scan, make sure that Reggie White's not running free, or make sure Bruce Smith is not running free, or Dolman. And so they would get extra attention. They would get double teams. Well, at some point, it becomes a matter of math. You've got 5 offensive linemen, plus a tight end, plus the running backs who can block. And so if you want to send more than just your 2 wide receivers out in a pass pattern, you've got to release the running back, the tight end. You've got to block really 4 guys with 6. Well, that leaves the other defensive linemen usually one-on-one blocks. So that really helps out the team as a whole, even though maybe in a particular game, Reggie White might not have a sack, but other guys like Clyde Simmons might, his right defensive end, or Jerome Brown, and the same with the Bills. So it becomes a point where if you really want to move the ball, you've got to get everybody out in a pattern. So that means at some point there's going to be a one-on-one with Bruce Smith, because now we can't keep a running back in, we're behind or whatever, so we're going to send 5 out. Well, then it becomes easier for guys like Reggie White and Bruce Smith than maybe earlier in the game. And I'm being real general here. And then they'll get their sacks, because not only are they really great players, but if you block them with 1 guy, they're extra great.
Yeah, and it's intriguing because again we go back to context that they could not run the ball more efficiently because maybe the defense defend better against the run that they did in 70s when it was very so it's how you understand the evolution we talk during all the show. And the last question, I have a last question. What is for you the greatest not player but the greatest period of football, the greatest time of football for you, and that you can see the more evolution, the more things regarding football? I don't know how to finish my question, but
no,
I guess I hope you had what I asked you.
Right. Well, for me, I'm stuck in the 70s and 80s. There's just something about when you first get into something and watching all the changes. I love football today. I watch more now than I did then. And I like watching old films from the 50s and the 40s. And I enjoy those in the 60s as well. But for me, the greatest era is going to be maybe the middle of 65, when the AFL was really coming online, maybe through 1985, 88, that kind of thing. That's where that's where I fell in love with the game. So that's when it was for me.
Okay, so it's too bad that we don't have so many videos to watch football back in that time. But there is a lot of people talking to me about that, so it has to be true, and a shame that I didn't be able to watch that period, that era.
No, there's nothing to be ashamed about, because your era is when you fell in love with the game. Maybe the 90s to now. You said 96 is when you started.
96. Yeah, or 95, I don't remember, because the name of the season, it's always 95, 96, so I don't know if it were in 96 and 95. The only thing I can tell you that the first ever game I watched was the Buffalo Bills at Miami, so that's how I start following football and the Miami Dolphins. And the commenters was saying, 78 Buffalo Bills, watch out 78 Miami Dolphins. It's the most intriguing, epic battle you can find in football back in that time. So that's why I saw that it was the highlights of football, one of the highlights of football, of course, because there is so many highlights like you have today when you're watching football. But again, thank you very much for coming, John. I could talk during hours asking you a lot of stuff, but I have to respect your time, and I have to give me a chance to invite you into another show, and we have a great talk another time. And I want to thank you because on your website, Talk of Fame 2, and I ask to anybody who want to learn about football to go there and read what you're writing. You mention us how campaign for Richmond Web that I don't know if it helped, but it creates something, maybe, I don't know, and we never know, because we never know if we don't make the campaign, if it made the semi-final or not. But it was his first time, so maybe we raise awareness the way we should. But thank you very much. And I didn't ask you if he belongs to the Hall of Fame. That's why it's a great show.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you having me. So that's wonderful, and it's cool that you're kind of being the tip of the spear for football in France and in Europe.
Humbly, I'm trying to do my part, and because of YouTube, now it's more easy to share it that it was in the 90s. So thank you very much, John. Put a positive comments to John. He took his time to talk with us, and I'm not sure he's doing that with a lot of people, so I'm really appreciated that. I hope I did a great show. I asking you a great question. I was nervous, by the way, and I didn't want to turn that into a boring question, so I hope I did a great job in that way, and thank you very much for joining me today, John.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Bye, everybody. Have a great day.
Bye.
Hey, okay. In 1, 2, 3. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Huddle. Today we are in the new show, Talk to the Hall, and I'm starting this show with Kirk. How are you, Kirk?
I'm doing fantastic. How about yourself, sir?
I'm very, very good. Not so much for the Dolphins, but football is in its peak. We are close to the playoffs, so we're all living a great football season, except maybe our team we follow.
I know the feeling.
You know the feeling, yeah, because
Yes.
you're a Saints fan, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So we will talk about something higher than the team we follow, is the excellence of the game. It's how we keep into memories the excellence of football, and for not just football, sports, because I'm told you create a group named Not in the Hall of Fame. You have a show, a podcast
Yes.
on YouTube, and you do record on podcast too. And you're talking about, if I'm good, people who are not in the Hall of Fame, and not just in football, it could be in sport, and I told also in music.
Yeah, music, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, the Country Music Hall of Fame, Baseball Hall of Fame, hockey, football, of course, basketball, and believe it or not, WWE.
Yeah, but hey, you are here to raise awareness for people who have been forgotten or not being elected due to history time, because you have people maybe in the 70s and not everybody remember them, but they are still great. They are still legendary. So this is good. How can you tell me about how you create this and what a purpose?
Well, initially it came from a conversation at a bar.
Always a good idea start like this.
A lot of bad ones too, but
yeah. But talk about that later.
But yeah, it was like, it'd be like 13, 14 years ago. That was when Madonna was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And the bar debate was that she didn't belong, and I thought she did, because the definition of what rock and roll is so vague. The parameters are all over the place. And so I just created, all it was initially was just a blog that turned into, well, I love sports, so I could do that for football, hockey, and it just expanded from there. And from there, I got to meet a lot of just wonderful people with great ideas who shared the same passion that I did. Just, we want to celebrate all the people who we think sort of fell through the cracks, and some people who just maybe you didn't even think of. And it's not just in rock music. Admittedly, the older I get, the less I'm sort of interested in the rock aspect of it. But the football has become my bigger passion. Football and mostly baseball lately, in terms of the Halls of Fame.
Yeah, and it's complicated because Hall of Fame selectors change during the years. So you have maybe people who are more who have more knowledge of recent history, but again, if I talk the example of football, you have the modern era group and the senior group and contributors, coach. So it's complicated to have an overview on everything. I mean, it's easy to say, but it's something else to vote. So your work, and I guess historians' work too, help a lot of create that. And do you have been able to I will say defend a case of some players or artists for the all?
I mean, have I been making cases for certain people, or?
Yeah, or no, just for people who are not in the Hall of Fame.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's. I do that often, either online or just like in forums such as this. And the great thing too is when you're talking about that, then you get to learn about more other people who have some great views. You and I have a mutual friend, Jack Silverstein, who is a brilliant man. He's just put out a book that I recommend everyone sort of take a look at, Why We Root. And from everything that I learned a lot from him. I learned a lot from Ron Katz, another person who you know very, very well. And he did a lot of work in getting Randy Gradishar into the Football Hall of Fame, and I got to meet up with him finally. And then he was just here last week. We were watching hockey, so it's it's a great thing. A lot of people say like how X is so toxic. Only if you let it be. Like, I just talk sports and connect with people. I stay out of the toxicity. If someone wants to bring something negative, I generally don't pay attention to it. And I think when we're talking about sort of making cases for some people, that's sort of the hardest thing to sort of do, because we're also passionate about players who we love and teams that we love. But we got to remember that it's people voting on people. And if you go attack somebody who's a voter and just say, it's a joke that you haven't voted such and such in. If I'm that voter, I'm not going to give you the time of day.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And this is the difficult part, because to make understand to people that, of course, if I'm going to you and I say, you should wash your eyes, you stuff like that, you don't give credit to you and the people you're trying to defend first. So you have to respect pro football and all of them selectors, not just on football, because we can argue anything, but the people who are already in the Hall of Fame all deserve it. You never have someone who doesn't deserve it. So they're still doing the great job, but with the majority of the player who deserve and not there, it's complicated to do it every year. But how do you have been able to, first, remember every players or every person who, because to me, just to stay focused on Richmond, it's kind of complicated to me. But how did you be able to present a list in every subject regarding Hall of Fame?
A very patient wife. I think you can sort of relate to that, who allows me a lot of joy sort of to do this. And you said, like, how do I remember? I don't remember. So I'll go back and things that I wrote. Like, I wrote that. I don't remember a lot of things of where I come up with it. Let's just use football as an example. So when I first come up with it, then you're going through everything that you can from Pro Football Reference, everything you can from written articles, from what I remember too. Obviously, I've got my own personal bias. Like for players that I've never seen, like because I was born in 1972, but I didn't really start watching football until the early 80s. So a lot of those things just sort of like come from research, writing things down so I can go back to it. And on the site, I'm going to plug my own site, not Hall of Fame, we allow people to vote. So people can vote on who they think should be higher or lower. So my actual list, the list on Not in Hall of Fame, is not even my personal list anymore, because a lot of people might vote down certain players or push up certain ones. And I've got to respect that cue. Otherwise, then why am I asking for your opinion? So just like one example, a quarterback who doesn't look like he's ever going to get in, but is not very well liked by a lot of people because he's got a very low score, and that's Donovan McNabb. So every year he keeps dropping, and I personally have him way higher than a lot of other people do. But as the French say, c'est la vie.
C'est la vie, yes. But sometimes you have to go through this and say, we can do better, we can do more. So, but it's a complicated task, because if I took just my personal experience, which is not very longer, it's like 6, 7, 8 months I've been working on the campaign for Richmond Web. It's to separate emotional part, human being part, and credentials, and to understand that their job for the Hall of Fame selectors, it's to be sure that the person that they elected check all the boxes of excellence. Of course, off the field is always better, but it's on the field. It's on what you did on purpose of your sports or music. So of course, the behavior, it's always better. You want to elect great person, but the credential. And this is the thing I have been having more issues first, because was always like, he deserves it. He's such a great person. And our friend Ron always told me, yeah, but you have to be more specific on he deserves it, not just a good person. Right. He deserves for what?
Yeah.
So it's complicated, this.
It is very complicated. And like yourself, I mean, it's hard for me. I try to take my personal emotion out of it. It's very difficult. And at the end of the day, we have people voting on people. And a lot of these I assume all the voters have had direct contact with a lot of those people, and some very good contact, in some cases very bad contact. Richmond, should we talk about Richmond now at this point, or do you want?
It's your show, bro.
I'm
we're
a
going
guest here.
the way. Don't worry, I will ask you later. Don't worry. So
Okay.
we can start. We can talk that of. If you are other example, it's good too.
Yeah, because like I've been able to speak with him too. He's also helped me with another project that I've been working on. He doesn't have to do it, but he does. But when you have great people, you want to help them out. But then, like Ron says, we have to sort of like separate the art from the artist, recognize what made him special. And when you're looking at Richmond Webb, and just a little shout out to him, I got his college colors on here, because apologies, Richmond, I don't have a Dolphins shirt because Saints guy, but I got a college hat.
He still have his college.
Yeah, Texas A&M. So with Richmond, you've got a player who not just is a Pro Bowl player in his first 7 years, the first Dolphin to ever do that, which is crazy when you think about how many great Miami Dolphins players there have been. I don't have to tell you that, or anyone here on your show. I like a couple of times. right, absolutely. So we have also the first round pick that panned out. If Don Shula was still alive, obviously he would be pounding the pavement for him, because that was obviously one of the best picks that he ever did in a first round. And like, even though we said, well, first round, of course they're going to be good. Well, how many first round busts do we see? How many first round picks? How many players, period, accomplish that many first team All Pros, seven Pro Bowls? And my favorite thing about Richmond is, and I think you and I talked about this before, I love the fact that he won a Rookie of the Year from the UPI, the Offensive Rookie of the Year. Offensive linemen never win these sort of things, ever. He did. Right away, everyone knew that what a special player he was. Where it hurts him is he's one of 4 players right now on the offensive line, but he's a left tackle, one of the toughest positions in football, as we all know. But he's with another all-decade player who's facing near the end, and Steve Wisniewski.
Yeah,
both
are in the same. Because I think Steve have like 2 years remaining, by the way. So
yeah, Wisniewski with 2 remaining. Richmond 3.
It's so that's why my you know what my best case scenario is. Steve Wisniewski is elected this year, and next year Richmond. Would be awesome.
And that's a great case here. For him to make the semifinals, and I guess you want to talk about like the whole process for those who weren't aware.
I want to go through to, especially for Europe, people in Europe that maybe don't understand the process of the Football Hall of Fame. I think it's a great moment that you can share, especially with the new rules, because we have to put something very clear about the impact on the senior group. That's why the people who are in the late years on modern era, you maybe have to do the shot, because senior group will become even difficult than it was.
Absolutely. So Richmond was this year one of 167 preliminary candidates for the preliminary list of the modern group. Now, Daniel and I were talking about years of eligibility, and that the clock ticks 5 years after you've completed playing. Technically 6 because of when the class is, but we're splitting hairs here. You're on the ballot for 20 years. And this is the first year, too, that and kudos to the Pro Football Hall of Fame, because obviously this is something I love to talk about in depth. But for the first time, they actually announced the cut down from 167 to 50. Yeah. So we were able to see a lot more of their internal process. So they had a special committee that brought them down to 50, then gave that to the electors to vote on. Richmond was made the top 25. And this is the first time that he's ever done that, this being year 18. Now from here in 2 months, 1 month, 6 weeks maybe from now, they're going to announce the 15 finalists.
Yeah, I'm told that it for late December on NFL Network, live on NFL Network. They
Yeah,
announced that. No?
usually it is, but I can't remember exactly what day. So
Yeah, that's the
yeah.
thing. I don't have a specific information, by the way. It's very kind of, it can change every year.
Well, yeah, it's roughly around the same time each
Yeah.
year, uh, give or take a couple days. But they're pretty solid with their timing, unlike some other halls, which is all of a sudden like, hey, here's our finalist. Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, exactly. So for Richmond to make the semis this year, he's in like a category that in his own where I like to call first time, long time. This is his first time as a semifinalist after being eligible for a long, long time. Like Wisniewski, who's also here, but he's been a final or semifinalist before. Other semifinalists have fallen off. Two running backs fell off, for example. Tiki Barber's not here when he was a semifinalist last year. Same with Eddie George. So it's great that he's here, and if he can get into that room, that will be big. But there's some people that he's going to have to overcome. One of them, his own former teammate, Willie Anderson in Cincinnati.
Yeah, Anderson, yes.
And I saw something that I think you might have posted that or retweeted it, where
it's one of my historian's friend, John Turney, in his website wrote an article, and he explained the tackle position situation in the semifinal. You have two, Willie Anderson and Richmond Webb. Yes,
and I believe also Richmond also was very happy that he tweeted that Willie's there.
Of course it is. I mean, he's always very vocal for Willis, but Willis has 9 years left in a modern era. So I'm not saying you could not vote for him. That's not what I'm saying. But in terms of emergency, in 3 years, Richmond in his senior group, and after that, we know that it will take forever, and probably he will maybe receive his due, but he will not be there if we are fair to the process of now the senior group. It's something interesting to understand the senior group, because you have teams that battle of player in the modern era and senior group, but they are not in the same category.
Right, because that's what we're hoping to avoid for players such as Richmond and a couple other players who just fell off. Neil Smith is one of my favorite players ever from the Kansas City Chiefs. He never made it to the semifinals, and now that's it. This was his last year. So once you get into the senior pool, it's very, very, very hard to get out, because now you're fighting not just among a 20-year period. Now you're pretty much fighting everybody who was before you. And it just pretty much everyone from 1920 on, and it's not impossible to get out. I mean, sometimes it's actually better. Like Ray Guy is the best example, the punter for Oakland, for the Raiders. When he went into the senior pool, he was sort of in a weird spot where it actually helped him. But now that's all changed, because you've got to get that 80%. Even if Richmond does make the finals, there's no guarantee that 5 players are even going to get through, like we've always seen in the last few years. It could be as low as 3. And if that starts out,
let's start speaking about his case from this year. If he made the final, it's amazing. I mean, if he's elected, it's huge. But if he make the final, it's amazing. It's huge. I mean, they start presenting his case. So, and next year they can also do it. And for the final year, they say we make it or not. That's the situation where we are for him. Yeah. But for Europe, because I'm not sure every people in Europe and in the world follows Richmond Webb career for the Pro Football Hall of Fame process. So you said you have the that's where my English preliminary list. I'm sorry for my accents. Preliminary list. You have the semi-final.
C'est bon.
Merci, monsieur. Merci. You have the semi-final, so it's where we are now, and we go into the final when you have the 15 finalists. 15, yes. After that, you have it's the final fifth who make the election, right? Who are Hall of Famer.
Yeah, that's when.
And how is the process of this vote? Because you talk about you have to have 80%. It's something very interesting to understand.
They're going to pick five of that group, and then then they have to get 80% approval. So what will have to happen for really any player, for that matter, is to be one of the top, considered one of the top 5, and all of them have different categories. I think Richmond making it here is colossal to take that step, because obviously you can't be a finalist unless you're a semifinalist. And finally, he's here. Can he make it to the top 15? And we've seen before, this is where I want to give everyone hope, where some players have come out of kind of nowhere, have never sort of been a semifinalist, late, and then made it to the finals. Just recently, 2 years ago, Albert Lewis was a semifinalist for the first time, and then that was in his last year of eligibility, and then became a finalist. We've seen this before, where you get a late push. And when you've got someone with his resume, and when you're comparing him with, because you can stack him up with all the other linemen who are here very easily, especially based on his position.
Yeah, and having 7 Pro Bowl, by the way. Not so much are not elected.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
He's the only one, and he's the only tackle in the whole team decade who is not in the Hall of Fame.
Right,
the three others are
and that's
elected.
huge. That's huge too. And just again, like all decade, like you just said, and I'm glad you brought that up. All decade basically means just what it says. He was considered one of the best of a decade. Decade.
And sometimes it's complicated, and I say that for any players. I don't want you to be an over focus on Richmond for now, but for every players, the most important thing. That's how I understand why Ron pushed for Randy Gradisher, because it took me back in the time, not regarding today, back in the time, back in the 90s. If we talk about Richmond Webb, you have a Miami Dolphins pass-heavy offense.
Right.
They passed it with Don Shula. They were a pass-heavy football team. And in that time, they faced twice a year the Buffalo Bills. So for a certain one of the best, if he's not the best pass rusher in the history of the game, Mr. the legend, Bruce Smith, for my opinion, is the best pass rusher in the history of football, 200 sacks. And in that time, you have one of the best pass rusher, because there is a tons of other great. So if you look at that time for Bruce Smith facing a team who is a pass heavy, because in the 19 they were more a run heavy football team. It's like to be in a candy store, because you will have so many opportunities to do sacks, especially on his sack rates per game. And it didn't happen that way. He could sack a lot on 40 games. He could sack maybe, I don't know, if we took off almost his rate in his career, he could have like 9, 10 sacks against the Dolphins, and it didn't happen that way. So it's something maybe we have to relive that, and how the entire week before the game, the media was talking about that matchup, because it was maybe the key of the game, more than Dan Marino's throwing. It was how Richmond will handle the pressure during the entire game, because the Dolphin is throwing the ball 75% of the time.
Well,
I'm just saying. I'm just a number guy saying that.
You're a great guy saying that. Marino too. Let's also remember, as we're watching today's game, which is, it's weird to say it's so different than it was only 20 years ago, but it was. Marino wasn't the quickest player on his feet. He had the quickest release.
Yeah.
Like, he was super fast here, not necessarily on his feet. So Richmond always being able to give him maybe that extra half second, because they say football is a game of inches. It's also a game of seconds.
Yeah. Seconds, of course.
Yeah, and that aspect is very, very big for why he was named All-Pro year after year after year after year.
Yeah. And if I do an humble comparison, if you took the San Francisco 49ers, where they were a pass-heavy team with Steve Young too.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't maybe have always that extra time because they were sacked much more than the Dolphins in terms of average between the 19 and the 20 and 99. I will put that on screen the stats, but you can compare that they have 2 quick release, but not the same result in terms of the number of sacks. So quick release is something that we all need to recognize on Dan Marino, because if it's not the greatest quarterback ever, it's one of the greatest ever.
He's up there.
Also he did need protection. He can't have his career without that. So we can say just it's because of the quick release. Because for Steve Young doesn't work the same way, but it doesn't mean he were not great, because he is an Hall of Famer too. So
absolutely,
it's we have to balance sometimes. But I'm just saying that again. I'm a humble guy in Paris, France. I don't want to make enemies. I'm just trying to raise awareness the most positive I can. And again, it's
the only way to do it.
I think it's our job. I love football so much.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm kind of why I'm living in France. Yesterday you have to wake up at 2 a.m. to watch a Thanksgiving game between the Dolphins and the Packers, and I'm saying why I'm not in America. It's my favorite sport, so I'm very passionate of that, more than my team. By the way, I prefer football than my team. By the way, I mean, if the Dolphins are not in the playoff, I still watching the playoff. I love football, and because of you, because of Ron, Jack, Canton Paul, Ken Crippen, John Tierney, you guys explain me the history, understand me to see and think different, and that's why I want to create those connections during this show for people outside America too, and even for people in America. Understand that there is a process on a football team, on the Pro Football Hall of Fame selection too, and it's about having balance sometimes. I mean, you can love a player, but maybe he doesn't fit the credential to be in the Hall of Fame. And in other way, you have players that you didn't remember and have all the credentials that fit the Hall of Fame. And it's about awareness. So that's why I want to shout out all the historians, because I'm pretty sure without their works, I mean, even the Pro Football Hall of Fame selectors can have an overview on everything. It's impossible.
Well, absolutely. Different people with different opinions and different ways in how they view what a Hall of Famer is. From everything that we know about Richmond, for example, and quite a few others who've advanced, you're looking at a player who's just so humble, so kind, has no off the field issues. Now, for some people, that's a big deal. Some people, it's not. But it's one of those things that does help, because we don't know. Some of the voters are very open about their thought process. Some are not. Some won't tell you anything at all. Those are the ones who essentially will decide everything.
Yeah, you like you said, you have a different opinion, different view, different objective, different goals. I mean, it's about balance always. It's like we told, and but I think it's great people getting more interested about this, about the not easy work, there, because I would not be in that place.
Oh, I'd love to.
Because
I'd love to be in that
every
place,
year,
I'd love to be it, but I know that'll never happen for me. I started into this way too late in life, so because now that
you never know, man. You never know. You know what? The only one can say
it's not happening for me. But
hey, sir, if I may, sir, the only one can say is impossible. It's you, not the other. So
I'll say it's unlikely.
It's because you don't want to be there. At least you do it.
No,
what you will lose?
I'd love to, but I don't. I think there is some people there's a lot of people who are not there who are far more qualified than myself. Ken's one of them. Jack's another.
Yeah. I mean, Ken, Jack, John is already.
Ken's already
senior contributors.
Yeah, Ken is also for the contributors, but Ken belongs in any kind of room on any kind of football discussion, period. If Ken doesn't know the answer, you asked a dumb question.
Oh yeah, and he's a Buffalo Bills fan, so who can talk more about the other side of Bruce Smith against Richmond Webb? It could be amazing to have Ken. But you know what? Let me cook.
Yep, absolutely.
Hey, Kirk, first of all, I want to thank you. It's great.
My pleasure.
We will have other show for sure. And yeah, I'm grateful because, I'm at South America. I can live my passion for football, but it's going even better now. I can share that with people in America, and we can understand that we may be in a different country, but we still have brain, we still have art, we still have soul. So we still can talk together, have respect for different opinion we can have, and just share it, because we make a better world. I feel that way. We make a better world, a peace message about no matter where we come from, you can have a talk with someone else and talk about sports, music, movies. Okay. Politics maybe more difficult, but if we are more open minded, we can do it. But maybe not a good idea on the first talk. Let that.
I would agree. I would agree.
So I'm very thankful that you took your time to come in.
I love it.
In my crystal ball, think that we will have another show in the near future talking about a certain football team that I'm pretty sure you will love to talk about. But don't say nothing. I don't want to
maybe
tease.
Not this year. I don't know.
I mean, we can talk even if it's 2 minutes, but at least we talk.
That might be all they're worth this year. If we're talking about my beloved, hold on, there we go, the Saints.
Saints.
Always repping. But yeah, actually, you're going to have to come on my show.
I hope to have that privilege. No, I mean, it could be awesome. I can speak about how we can back in the 90s, how we were able to in France to have accessibility of football, because it was kind of not easy at all, especially in a country that the main the main sport related to American League was basketball. So it was everybody was talking about the NBA. So but hey, let's talk about that later. I appreciate your time. Sure. Thank you very much, Kirk. And anytime you come to France and Paris, if you don't telling me that, we never talk anymore together, right?
Okay, sounds good. Thanks so much.
See you, everybody. Have a great day. Bye. Stop. Now we will record the 2 minutes of Richmond Webb. Okay? So sure. I give you just 2 minutes. We're waiting for 35 minutes. So you will have the right space time. Sure. So I'm starting saying, hey, what do you think about Richmond in the semifinal of the Pro Football Hall of Fame? And boom, you said everything you want to say.
Sorry, did I do it? But should I not have mentioned it before? Or?
No, you do. Yeah. Because I took it different. That's on the show. We stay on the show, and because maybe I will post the testimonial before than the show. So you can speak about anything you say, but stay on 2 minutes 20 seconds, please.
Sure.
So I will try to be brief on my question. We start at 35. I don't know if you see the record. We are at 34, 47 now. So I will make my question start to 35, and I will be very quick. So, hey, Kirk, Richmond is in the semifinal of the Pro Football Hall of Fame. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's long overdue. I think this should have happened years ago, and I am very happy for him. Personally, I am very happy for football professionally. This is something that should have happened, again, years ago, and we're looking at a man who's an all-decade selection, all-decade. Pro Bowler in the first 7 years of his career for Miami Dolphin to do so. Multi-time All-Pro, somebody who gave the Buffalo Bills fits for years. When you were planning against Miami, you're worrying about Dan Marino, and you're worrying about how the way that you're going to get to Marino is how do we get past Richmond Webb. giant on and off the field, one of the finest left tackles that ever existed. And when you say that, we're talking about a position that really, really matters more than most on the entire field. I hope that this is a year where he makes it to the finals. I don't know that he will, but I think that he should. I wish that he would have had the same push that his teammate, another great player in Cincinnati in his last few years of his career, Willie Anderson, received, where he received his first nomination and then elevated to the finals. Had it been Richmond at that point in time, he'd probably been inducted already. This is the first step of what should be a step to immortality. And if it doesn't happen, he's already immortal to a lot of people. That's what I think.
Yeah, and 3 years left as a modern era
3
player,
years left.
so
Let's get it done now.
you don't have a lot of room to make it. Thank you. That's it. Hey, man, we. Et salut à tous, bienvenue dans le Huddle. Aujourd'hui, j'ai le plaisir d'être accompagné de Marc, Major Milou, vous connaissez sûrement sur les réseaux sociaux, Fantasy Baller. Comment vas-tu, Marc?
Ça va très bien, Dan. Merci pour l'invitation.
Bah écoute, c'est un grand plaisir. En plus, je me doute que tu as hâte de parler du sujet dont on va parler, puisqu'on est maintenant dans l'épisode. Alors, je sais pas le numéro, parce qu'au moment où on enregistre, la saison est pas terminée. Je sais pas à quel numéro on sera, mais on sera au numéro 3-4 de State of the Franchise, et on va parler aujourd'hui des New York Giants. Roulement de tambour, tout le monde est excité. Bon, ceci dit, il y a sûrement effectivement des explications à cette saison redoutable. Voilà, et on a bien envie d'en apprendre beaucoup plus. Déjà, est-ce que tu pourrais déjà nous dresser un petit peu le portrait de cette intersaison et un petit peu des attentes qui se dessinaient avant le début de saison sur les Giants? Qu'est-ce que tu peux nous dire dessus si ta mémoire ne fléchit pas?
Bah, on va voir si ma mémoire fléchit, mais ce qui était bien, c'est qu'on avait Hard Knocks off-season pour la première fois avec les Giants. Donc, on a pu voir quelques bribes de ce qui se passe derrière les rideaux, dans le mindset du general manager. J'avais pas énormément d'attentes perso. Je sais qu'on est dans des groupes avec quelques fans des Giants. Ça allait de... Ouais, on peut essayer d'accrocher des playoffs, on va gagner 5 matchs. Je pense que personne s'attendait à en gagner 2 et à être autant en galère. Mais perso, j'étais un peu entre les deux. Je pensais pas qu'on serait exceptionnel et que ça serait une nouvelle fois une année de transition. Le chantier le plus important était évidemment de savoir si on allait re-signer Saquon Barkley. Et avec la deuxième année du contrat de Daniel Jones, est-ce qu'il allait montrer une amélioration suffisante pour que ça puisse être notre QB encore 2 ou 3 années de plus, ou est-ce que ça allait être justement la fin et qu'on passerait à autre chose. Donc ça, c'était un peu les attentes. J'avais pas spécialement d'attente de résultats, d'autant plus que le calendrier n'était pas aussi violent que l'année dernière, mais c'est pas un calendrier super simple pour une équipe qui avait fini déjà 4e, je crois, peut-être 3e l'année dernière. Mais ouais, j'espérais qu'on gagne quelques matchs pendant l'intersaison, et c'est pas vraiment arrivé.
Tu sais, excuse-moi, c'est marrant
Vas-y.
parce que quand tu expliques effectivement la situation par rapport à Saquon Barkley et à Daniel Jones, c'est comment on sait maintenant comment les choses sont
Ouais.
venues, c'est assez dramatique finalement.
C'est
si tu
clair,
regardes bien,
finalement, on n'a aucun des deux.
Ouais,
Saquon, alors, c'est toujours le sujet sur quel contrat donner à un running back. On avait 5 ou 6 gros running backs là, qui étaient en free agency cette intersaison, dont Barkley, évidemment. On avait fait le choix l'année d'avant de mettre le franchise tag sur Barkley parce qu'on avait décidé de prolonger Daniel Jones, un contrat qui avait été critiqué, mais qui, moi, personnellement, m'avait jamais tellement dérangé à partir du moment où on pensait qu'il avait fait une bonne saison, qu'on avait gagné un match de playoff, qu'il y avait du potentiel. Et s'il y avait du potentiel, je trouvais pas que le contrat était complètement ridicule. Je veux dire, 80 millions sur 2 ans, 160 sur 4 techniquement, mais avec un out au bout de 2 ans qu'on vient de voir. C'est pas Deshaun Watson à Cleveland ou des choses comme ça qui te handicapent pendant 3 ou 4 saisons. Mais c'est vrai que ce que ça a fait, c'est que ça a obligé à mettre le franchise tag sur Barkley. Et du coup, l'année suivante, pareil, on va dire, ok, va voir sur le marché ce que tu peux obtenir. Lui, il l'a pris en mode, je vais voir sur le marché et puis je vais trouver une équipe avec laquelle je peux gagner des matchs, quoi. Donc, malheureusement, c'est notre ennemi juré. Et en plus, il joue bien, donc tant mieux pour lui. Mais on a donc perdu Barkley et remplacé par un rookie et par Devin Singletary qui, en soi, je trouve pas que ce soit la pire décision. La mauvaise décision, c'est que malheureusement, Daniel Jones n'a pas fait de progrès, avait toujours les mêmes problèmes. On a fait une ligne offensive qui était meilleure que les années précédentes, mais pas suffisante. On a un corps de receveur qui est bon, mais où à part Neighbors, Hayat, qui avait été drafté au 2e ou 3e tour, n'a fait aucun progrès. Il joue même pas cette année. Il n'a pas battu Slayton. Il joue à peine. Quand il joue, on le voit pas. Wandale Robinson, drafté au 2e tour l'année d'avant, pareil. Il est bon. Il fait des réceptions. C'est des petites réceptions. C'est pas un joueur. C'est pas un vrai WR2, quoi. C'est un joueur plus pour être un bon WR3 dans une belle offense comme les Bills, tu vois. Mais c'est pas ce dont on a besoin. On a fait un trade pour Brian Burns, qui joue bien. Mais Thibodeau, pareil, drafté 5e pick, je crois, il y a 3 ans, c'est pas ce qu'on attend de lui. Evan Neal, ça a été une catastrophe en right tackle. Donc il y a eu pas mal de ratés à la draft, qui sont soit de la faute du scouting, mais à l'époque, si tu veux, c'est des ratés qui sont frustrants parce que c'est pas genre les Raiders où ils draftent un mec et tu te dis, mais tout le monde écrit le lendemain, mais qu'est-ce qu'ils ont fait? Ils sont cons, pourquoi? Là, c'est tout le monde disait, ouais, très bonne draft des Giants, etc. Et puis finalement, les joueurs, ils sont mauvais. Donc, soit c'est un problème de coaching, soit c'est un problème de scouting général, pas juste des Giants. En tout cas, c'est très frustrant parce que on dit toujours l'O-line, c'est le problème. Et encore là, en préparant l'épisode, je me suis dit, je vais regarder un peu ce que disent les reporters sur le chantier principal pour l'été prochain, du coup. Et ils disent encore O-line. Et ça fait 6 ans qu'on essaye de travailler sur cette O-line et ça me rend fou. Et effectivement, c'est le plus gros problème. Tout vient de la O-line. On a la plus mauvaise offense de la ligue de loin cette année. Ça vient de là. Mais tu te dis, mais c'est pas possible. À quel moment ils vont réussir à résoudre ce problème-là?
Donc là, le chantier, encore une fois, dans cette intersaison, c'était, on va dire, toujours d'essayer de consolider la défense, mais l'idée était d'améliorer cette attaque. Bon, tu pars avec Saquon Barkley qui s'en va. Et est-ce que finalement, arrivé au training camp, tu avais quand même une équipe qui avait un potentiel de gagner 7-8 matchs ou c'était vraiment, dans tous les cas, une barre beaucoup trop élevée? Je parle pas de playoff, parce que c'est un peu difficile en plus maintenant.
7-8 matchs, ça aurait pu être faisable si au début de la saison, il y avait des matchs qu'on a perdus parce que contre Washington, on perd parce que notre kicker se blesse, on n'a pas de kicker remplaçant, tu vois, ça c'est vraiment des trucs à la con. C'est là, le gars était déjà plus ou moins blessé pendant la semaine, et puis finalement il a dit je vais jouer, et on a décidé de pas prendre un kicker remplaçant. Et du coup, on s'est retrouvé sans kicker, et on a perdu contre Washington, qui a même pas marqué de touchdown, qui a marqué 5 ou 6 field goals justement, et nous on en a raté 2 ou 3. Donc on perd ce match-là. Il y a un autre match, je me rappelle plus exactement les adversaires, mais dans les 4 premières semaines, on aurait pu très bien être 2-2, voire 3-1, tu vois, on n'avait pas des adversaires très difficiles. On s'est retrouvé au lieu de ça 1-3, avec des adversaires durs à venir, des blessures qui ont commencé à arriver, et là, ça a été le début de la fin. Mais donc oui, je pense que 6-7 matchs, c'était faisable. Mais est-ce que c'est mieux que d'en gagner 2 et d'avoir un bon pic et de repartir de zéro? Tu
À
vois,
la
finalement, c'est pas
condition
forcément...
à la condition de pas refaire les mêmes erreurs, effectivement,
Ouais,
comme tu le soulignais, des autres. C'est difficile la draft. De toute façon, ils appellent pas ça la loterie
ouais,
pour rien, hein.
c'est ça.
Enfin, la loterie, c'est plutôt à NBA qu'ils appellent ça, mais finalement,
Mhm.
ça reste la loterie parce que tu sais, tu mets 10 scouts autour d'une table, ils vont avoir 10 avis différents sur le même
Ouais.
joueur, donc c'est toujours très compliqué. Et du coup, pas de blessure arrivée au premier match de la saison. T'avais pas de blessure notable qui aurait pu expliquer effectivement un début de saison difficile.
De mémoire, rien de majeur, mais c'est arrivé assez rapidement après. On a eu Andrew Thomas qui s'est de nouveau blessé, je crois au bout de 3 ou 4 matchs. Il y avait peut-être Evan Neal qui était blessé, mais qui de toute façon n'était plus titulaire.
D'accord.
Euh,
Ça, pourtant, lui aussi, on l'annonçait bien dans les scouting.
ouais,
C'est
mais
dramatique.
je me souviens
c'est
de cette
vrai.
draft quand on avait pris Evan Neal et Thibodeau, et tout le monde disait c'est génial, ils étaient tombés très légèrement. On avait le pick 5 et le pick 7 de cette draft, parce que justement on avait échangé l'année d'avant pour laisser Chicago drafter Justin Fields. Euh, et nous, on était redescendus au lieu de prendre, par exemple, le joueur de Dallas, là, je connais que lui en plus, Micah Parsons. Et
Ouais.
parce que, en fait, ce qui s'est passé, c'est que de mémoire, on voulait Devonta Smith, les Eagles sont passés devant nous pour nous prendre Devonta Smith. Du coup, il restait Justin Fields, mais on a paniqué, on voulait pas Justin Fields, on voulait pas Parsons. On a reculé à la draft et on a drafté. Il est possible que je dise une bêtise, j'espère que non, mais on a reculé à la draft pour prendre Kadarius Toney. Et l'année d'après, on a eu Evan Neal et Thibodeau, je crois. Mais enfin bref, en
Mais
tout cas, Toney, pareil,
Ah
Toney
ouais,
est drafté
purée.
au premier tour et il a été complètement inutile.
Mais du coup, t'avais aucune. Encore une fois, je reste sur le début de saison. J'essaie
Mhm.
de trop anticiper avec ce qui arrive. On va en discuter justement. Mais par rapport au coaching staff, tout ce qui est l'organisation autour, le GM, t'avais aucun. Arrivé, je dirais, à la veille de la semaine 1, tu avais aucune réticence ou t'avais pas d'inquiétude par rapport à ce groupe-là déjà, en dehors des joueurs?
Bah, encore une fois, ça dépend des attentes. J'avais pas, je- J'avais des inquiétudes sur le fait qu'on pourrait pas faire plus que, dans le meilleur des cas, gagner 7 matchs. Donc à partir de là, c'est sûr que j'avais pas une énorme confiance dans l'équipe ou dans le staff, etc. Enfin, dans le staff, si, mais j'aime bien le staff. Et parfois, je regrette effectivement qu'en NFL, on ait si peu de temps dans un sport si difficile où il y a autant de blessés aussi. On a si peu de temps pour faire ce qu'on a. Et quelque part, c'est de leur faute parce qu'ils ont ils ont été bons la première année, l'année où on a été en playoff et qu'on a
Ouais.
battu Minnesota. Et à cause de ça, ça a accéléré tout. Au lieu de repartir d'une feuille blanche, là, la deuxième année, sans Daniel Jones, sans rien, et avec un pic dans le top 10, disons, on s'est retrouvé avec une équipe qui venait de faire les playoffs et qui avait une bonne dynamique. Et on a essayé de prolonger là-dessus. Et du coup, ça nous a fait perdre 2 ans parce que ça n'a pas marché. Donc, est-ce qu'on pénalise ce staff maintenant pour cette décision-là qui nous a fait perdre 2 ans? Ou est-ce qu'on leur donne maintenant l'opportunité qu'on a de la cap space, on a un bon pic, on peut vraiment repartir de zéro avec 5 ou 6 joueurs sur lesquels on peut se baser maximum. Le reste, tout peut repartir de zéro. Est-ce qu'on leur laisse faire ou est-ce qu'on fait venir encore d'autres gens qui vont encore tout changer, tout refaire, etc. Donc le staff lui-même, j'avais pas spécialement d'inquiétude, j'aime bien ce qu'ils font, mais j'avais clairement des inquiétudes sur la qualité du roster et les limites qu'on aurait cette saison.
Mais tu sais, à part quand tu t'appelles Mike Tomlin et tu sais pas faire une saison en dessous
Ouais.
de 50, tu as les équipes NFL ont parfois des années de transition, une ou plusieurs. Regarde, tu prends l'exemple des Lions avant d'avoir ces 2 dernières extrêmement bonnes saisons. Rappelle-toi la
Ouais.
première année de, euh, de Campbell et Holmes, Bad Holmes en GM. Donc, je veux dire, quand je parle de 6-7 victoires, quand on superposes avec ce qui s'était passé l'année précédente, ça reste quand même une évolution, quoi. Je sais que chaque année, on espère tous avoir notre équipe qui aille au Super Bowl, mais bon, parfois ça se passe aussi vite que ça, mais il faut que tu draftes un Mahomes ou quelqu'un comme ça qui va te projeter ton équipe tout de suite à un niveau énorme. Mais bon, là, en l'occurrence, bon, alors on va se plonger maintenant dans la saison. Alors, bon, c'est le Titanic, hein. On va essayer
Ouais.
on va essayer de rester vivant, mais effectivement, tu parlais d'un début de saison à 1-3 où finalement il y avait de la place. Alors c'est vrai que la grosse surprise, c'est le premier match face aux Vikings où effectivement, je pense que personne n'attendait. En fait, ce qui se passe, c'est que les 3 premiers matchs de saison, tu joues les Vikings et les Commanders qui, au final, vont faire une saison plus que bonne. Et
Ouais.
donc, finalement, ça apparaissait comme des matchs faciles et bon, ça l'était totalement pas parce que
Ouais,
là, t'as vraiment des équipes de playoffs.
celui des Vikings, c'était leur défense qui était vraiment forte et on l'avait peut-être pas autant vu venir. On savait qu'ils auraient une défense convenable, mais pas à ce point-là. Donc quand on marque 6 points, on se dit oh là là, ça y est, c'est reparti, offense catastrophe, etc. Mais finalement, les 2 matchs, voire les 3 matchs suivants, on aurait dû battre Washington, on a battu Cleveland et contre Dallas, on fait un match à peu près convenable. Alors que l'année d'avant, on perd 47-0 ou un truc comme ça.
Ouais, Cleveland 21-18, c'est dur. Hein. Je crois que c'est pas ce match-là où ça se joue au field goal justement.
Si, je crois que
Ou c'est
non, contre Washington,
la
ça se joue au
défaite est
field
encore
goal.
pire, je crois. La
Ouais,
deuxième
contre
défaite, c'est encore
Washington,
pire. C'est un
c'est
effet
ça.
de circonstance.
Et ensuite Dallas, et puis on bat Seattle. Donc là, à ce moment-là, après 5 semaines, on se dit, bon, tu vois, il y a peut-être un truc à jouer. Tu vois, on aurait pu battre Washington, être 3-2. On perd contre Dallas de 5 points, mais l'année d'avant, on avait perdu de 40 points. Minnesota,
Ouais.
on le marque comme week 1 contre une bonne défense, on s'est fait avoir, mais on se dit, il y a peut-être un truc à faire. Et puis là, derrière, on une série de matchs complètement catastrophes qui culmine par ce match contre Carolina à Munich, où après ça, on a benché et cut, du coup, dans la foulée, Daniel Jones.
Ouais, c'est le drame, effectivement. Là, c'est vraiment
Donc
la
c'est vraiment
chute
cette
de
série de
Daniel
5
Jones.
matchs-là. Ouais.
Ouais. Du terminé, puis après, il réclame son. Je sais plus si c'est lui qui réclame
Oui,
sa
il a
coupure
demandé
ou
à
c'est
être
d'un commun
libéré.
accord.
Il a demandé à être libéré parce qu'on n'allait pas le faire jouer. Parce qu'en fait, dans le contrat, il y avait une clause de blessure où s'il se blessait, même à l'entraînement, il pouvait avoir garanti une bonne portion de son salaire 2025. Ce qui évidemment n'arrangeait pas les Giants. Donc on n'allait pas le faire jouer, on n'allait pas lui même l'entraîner, on allait lui dire tu restes dans ton coin et tu fais rien. Donc il a
Ouais.
demandé à être libéré et on lui a accordé ça.
Et du coup, alors bon, il reste 3 matchs là au moment où on se parle. Donc bon, j'imagine que toi, tu espères un 2-15, comme ça, tu maximises tes chances d'avoir un excellent
Ouais,
bon
tant qu'à faire.
bon
Je disais
choix.
toujours pour rire à notre groupe là, enfin, dans notre groupe chat. Même Tank, on n'a jamais su le faire, tu vois. Tu je te jure que tu regardes, parce qu'on en a des saisons perdantes sur les 10 dernières années. Tu regardes les dernières années et à chaque fois, tu es là, à peu près à ce moment-là, week 13, week 14, tu dis, allez, tant qu'à faire, on va aller un top pick. Tu commences à regarder les draft boards pour voir qui vient l'année d'après. Puis là, tout d'un coup, tu sais pas pourquoi, on se met à gagner 2 matchs contre des adversaires. Donc l'année dernière, typiquement, on fait jouer Tommy DeVito. Le mec, tout d'un coup, il gagne 2 matchs et on passe derrière Washington et Patriots. Enfin, devant, du coup, mais derrière à la draft. Et eux, ils ont pris tous les deux des QB qui, dès leur première année, ont l'air de bien jouer. Et nous, on est toujours dans l'inconnu. Bon, on a Malik Neighbors qui est un très bon pick jusqu'à
Ouais,
maintenant. Il fait
pour le moment, ouais.
satisfaction, mais bon, on serait peut-être bien avec Drake May ou Jaden Daniels lui aussi.
Ah bah Daniel Daniels, je crois que là, tu as toutes les 10 premiers choix finalement, ou tous ceux qui ont drafté un QB, alors peut-être à
Ouais.
part Denver avec Bonix, finalement, mais sinon tout le monde aurait, je pense, voulu prendre ce joueur-là. Alors justement, tu parlais de satisfaction, c'est intéressant quand même malgré tout, malgré, je dirais, tout ce qui s'est mal passé, quelles sont les satisfactions, que ce soit en attaque ou en défense pour toi, là, on va essayer de quand même garder du positif et se projeter
Bien
pour
sûr,
la
hein.
saison d'après. Comme ça, si tu me l'accordes, on fera un épisode avant le début de saison et on pourra jauger tes
Voir où
attentes
on en est.
avec. Ouais, exactement.
Pour moi, les satisfactions, déjà, on a Dexter Lawrence qui est toujours très fort. Il s'est blessé là, il joue plus, mais excellent. Lui, il est là encore. C'est notre pilier, si tu veux, en défense.
Ouais.
Brian Burns qu'on a fait venir a bien joué aussi. Il est là, je crois, jusqu'à 2028 ou 29. Enfin, donc il il est là pour un bon bout de temps. Donc au niveau si tu veux, de la pass rush et tout ça, on a déjà 2 piliers sur lesquels on peut construire. En offense, qui est un peu plus ma spécialité, parce que je m'intéresse plus au post fantasy, mais running back, je trouve qu'il n'y a pas spécialement besoin d'adresser immédiatement le truc. On a Tyrone Tracy qu'on avait drafté au 5e round, depuis qu'il est devenu starter week 5, il est top 12, je crois, en rushing yards, dans une offense pourrie, donc c'est pas mal. C'est un bon receveur également, donc techniquement, il a fait des gros progrès en pass block aussi, donc techniquement, il peut devenir un 3-down back avec des qui va vraiment être une star, je pense. Et le problème, voilà, ça va être de trouver le WR2, mais Magic Neighbors, c'est pas mal. Et encore une fois, pour montrer la bonne draft de cette année, jusqu'à maintenant, en Thailand, on avait perdu Darren Waller aussi, qui a pris sa retraite.
Ouais.
Mais Theo Johnson, le rookie, a montré des très belles choses avant de se blesser au pied cette saison. Donc je pense que à ce niveau-là, c'est quand même des satisfactions au niveau de la draft pour les postes offensifs en tout cas, et même poste défensif en cornerback, on a Andrew Phillips, je crois, un slot cornerback qui a fait une très belle année rookie, et on sait que c'est un poste de plus en plus important parce que les offenses en face jouent à 3 receveurs quasiment tout le temps. Donc voilà, il y a quelques rookies, quelques jeunes qui sont quand même pas mal. Plus 2 ou 3 pièces maîtresses qui sont sur des gros contrats longs. Andrew Thomas, évidemment, la question, c'est une satisfaction quand il est sur le terrain. Le problème, c'est qu'il a joué, je crois, 16 matchs sur les 3 dernières saisons. Donc la question va se poser de sa longévité. Mais s'il peut jouer une saison complète, on aura aussi une satisfaction à ce niveau-là. Donc vraiment, se concentrer sur ces 4-5 très bons joueurs.
Ouais.
Et par contre, il y a un chantier énorme autour de ça, quoi. Il n'y a pas grand-chose d'autre pas grand-chose d'autre à dire.
Bah, en même temps, alors là, du coup, on va se projeter sur la prochaine intersaison. Donc, j'entends que vous allez avoir un cap qui va être confortable. Un premier choix qui va l'être d'autant plus. J'ai envie de te dire, si on prend... j'aime bien prendre l'exemple des Lions qui ont fait une super construction là sur 3 saisons. Et en fait, ils ont démarré par les fondamentaux, c'est-à-dire ils ont pris une ligne. Ils ont construit une ligne, ils ont mis un quarterback et après ils ont mis en place les playmakers progressivement et en même temps ils ont essayé de builder leur défense. Et là de ce que j'entends, par rapport à ce que tu me dis, c'est qu'il y a de fortes chances qu'ils prennent en tout cas un quarterback au premier tour. Enfin, bien évidemment, s'il y en a un sur le marché et qu'il est bon, autant.
Ça serait la logique parce que sur le marché, le seul agent libre qui tient à peu près la route, c'est Sam Darnold. Et il tient la route parce qu'il a joué aux Vikings. Il tenait pas trop la route avant, donc ça serait un peu dangereux de se dire bon, on va faire, tu vois, style Détroit, où ils ont fait un échange avec Goff pour le mettre dans une équipe qui était déjà pas mal, tu vois. Là, on n'a pas une équipe
Sam Darnold, New York, tu veux vraiment refaire le.
Non, mais c'est ça. Donc c'est pour ça que je pense que cette option-là, à moins qu'il y ait un QB qui soit disponible en trade pour une raison X ou Y, genre Trevor Lawrence ou un truc comme ça, tu vois, où tout d'un coup. Mais même ça, à la limite, c'est un très bon joueur, mais lui aussi, il montre un peu des limites, tu vois, dans des équipes mauvaises. Jacksonville, ça fait 4 ans qu'ils font pas grand-chose, très peu de progression. Donc, est-ce que tout d'un coup, à New York, dans une équipe qui, elle aussi, a des trous, il ferait mieux? Donc, je pense que la solution, la possibilité la plus probable serait évidemment de drafter un QB avec un top 3 pick.
Alors, moi, j'ai une petite... on sait jamais, parce que Mike Tomlin peut surprendre. Il peut très bien rester avec Justin Fields, et il faut pas oublier que Russell Wilson n'a qu'un an de contrat, et qu'à mon avis, il va prendre un peu le jackpot cette intersaison. Donc, il pourrait... tu sais comment sont les Steelers, hein, il pourrait ne pas lui donner ce qu'il faut, donc tu as quand même lui qui est dispo, et ça t'empêche pas de drafter un jeune QB pour le construire. Ce serait peut-être pas mal pour New York, mais bon, tout ça, tu sais, c'est souvent des phrases un peu... tu parles comme dans un livre, mais la stratégie en NFL, elle est un peu moins limpide que quand on parle, mais en tout cas, si tu prends un quarterback, que ce soit Russell Wilson ou un rookie, à mon avis, enfin encore une fois, je parle comme dans un livre, hein, je suis pas GM ou quoi que ce soit, mais il faut lui donner une ligne. De ce que j'entends, ta ligne, t'auras beau mettre n'importe quel quarterback... si tu lui donnes pas une ligne suffisante pour avoir le temps de... Surtout si tu n'as pas une qualité de receveur hormis Neighbors suffisante.
La ligne a fait des progrès, mais Mm. La ligne, pendant des années, on a essayé de drafter une ligne et ça n'a pas fonctionné. Et cette année, ils ont fait un peu l'inverse. Ils ont pris des vétérans et la ligne s'est améliorée. Mais évidemment, quand tu perds Andrew Thomas, ta ligne, elle a beau s'être améliorée, elle retombe dans ses travers. Je pense qu'il faut clairement au moins un joueur ou deux de plus. Mais la question, c'est est-ce que tu as besoin d'une star ou est-ce que tu prends un peu comme cette année des bons vétérans milieu supérieur, disons, qui peuvent faire le taf. Avec, comme tu dis, clairement un QB, que ce soit un vétéran ou un rookie ou potentiellement les deux, mais probablement pas Russell Wilson plus un rookie du coup, parce que comme tu dis, Russell Wilson, il va demander de l'argent. Et ensuite, l'autre problème, c'est cornerback, parce qu'on avait drafté un cornerback il y a 2 ans, qui est pas mal, mais qui est pas suffisant pour être vraiment un numéro 1 contre les bons receveurs adverses. Donc, il y a pas mal de cornerbacks, j'ai vu, qui sont agents libres à la fin de la saison. Et je pense que ça serait judicieux de dépenser un peu à ce poste-là également. Cornerback plus ligne et même peut-être ligne défensive à côté de Dexter Lawrence.
Consolider les lignes. Hein.
Ouais.
T'as jamais trop dans les lignes. Hein.
C'est ça, c'est la technique des Eagles et ça fonctionne, quoi.
Ouais, j'ai senti que c'était un peu dur pour toi de l'admettre.
Non,
mais il faut reconnaître quand même qu'ils ont du mérite. Hein.
C'est clair, c'est clair.
La continuité, c'est quand même difficile en effet. Regarde, nous, on est moi, Dolphins. J'ai un grand respect pour ce que font les Bills. T'inquiète pas que je préférerais être à leur place. Du coup, est-ce que tu penses qu'il faut changer le head coach et une partie du coaching staff, ou pour toi tu garderais et tu essaierais de relancer la machine avec une équipe mieux constituée?
C'est là que c'est vraiment difficile. Ma nature me donnerait envie de garder ce staff parce que je pense pas qu'ils ont montré, et peut-être que d'autres qui connaissent mieux pourraient me corriger, je pense pas qu'ils... Rappelons-nous que le head coach a été Coach of the Year il y a 2 ans, sa première année à New York. Et il y a des trucs qui sont frustrants de temps en temps, etc. Mais globalement, de ce que j'ai vu du front office et du coach, déjà, ils travaillent super bien ensemble parce qu'ils sont arrivés ensemble. Ils ont la même idée directrice et tout ça. C'est pas toujours donné, ça. Parfois, tu as un GM et un coach qui veulent faire des trucs différents. Et en plus de ça, on a quand même vu des belles choses. Ce qu'on a vu, c'est vraiment un roster ultra limité. Alors, est-ce qu'ils ont un problème de développement? Ça, je sais pas. C'est possible, mais c'est très difficile pour moi de l'évaluer. Parce que c'est vrai qu'on a plusieurs draft picks comme Jalen Hyatt, par exemple, qui est complètement disparu de la circulation. Mais à part ça, moi perso, je préférerais les voir revenir avec table rase et dire ok, vous avez encore 2 ans pour montrer des progrès significatifs en partant de zéro. Parce que jusqu'à maintenant, alors c'est un peu donner des excuses, mais et encore une fois, c'est partiellement de leur faute parce qu'ils ont décidé de prolonger Daniel Jones. Je pense qu'ils n'avaient pas vraiment le choix après la saison qu'il avait fait. Mais à cause de ça, on a perdu 2 ans dans la reconstruction. En fait, on l'a fait à l'envers. Première année, on a été pas mal. On s'est dit peut-être qu'il y a un truc à faire. Et puis en fait, il y avait effectivement rien à faire et on aurait dû l'exploser il y a 2 ans. Au lieu de ça, on s'est donné 2 ans de plus à tâtonner. Donc là, j'aimerais bien voir ce qu'ils peuvent faire parce que j'ai envie de leur faire confiance. J'aime bien ce que j'ai vu au niveau de la manière de penser. Même le coup de Barclay, tu vois, tout le monde se fout de leur gueule sur les réseaux et tout, surtout avec le président, enfin le owner qui dit je veux surtout pas qu'il aille aux Eagles, et il a fini aux Eagles. De montrer, tu vois, c'est des trucs c'est débile, mais de montrer que Barclay a plus de yards que toute l'équipe des Giants, guess what, Barclay il a plus de yards que 80% des équipes.
80, ouais.
Donc ça c'est pas grave. Pour moi, c'était quand même le bon process et le process est important pour moi. Et donc je pense qu'ils ont le bon process et j'aimerais bien les voir continuer plutôt que de repartir de zéro avec un mec qui va arriver et dire je crois mieux faire. Sauf de toute façon c'est plus le cas. Mais si on me disait, tu vois, Bill Belichick il vient, c'est une autre histoire parce que même si je l'aime pas beaucoup, c'est quelqu'un qui il est capable de faire changer les choses très rapidement juste parce que c'est Bill Belichick. Il y a peut-être des agents libres qui vont dire attends, tiens, il y a peut-être un truc intéressant. Mais sinon, vu que apparemment il va entraîner UNC.
Ouais.
Moi perso, je repartirai avec les deux mêmes. Je leur dis, je veux voir une amélioration. Enfin, une amélioration, ce sera pas dur après une saison à 2 victoires, mais tu vois, un vrai progrès, comme les Lions la première année où tu t'es dit, bah tiens, on se foutait tous de leur gueule parce qu'ils ont drafté un running back et un tight end et un linebacker dans les 3 premiers rounds. On dit, ils comprennent rien à la positional value, machin. Et puis au final, c'est 3 joueurs qui sont vachement importants dans leur effectif et ils font leur truc et on a vu des progrès et tout d'un coup, personne se moque d'eux. Donc il y a un peu de ça qui, tu vois, je me dis, comment le gars, il est coach of the year il y a 2 ans, tout le monde me disait, Brian Dabble, vous avez tapé dans le mille, vous avez vraiment fait le jackpot. Puis 2 ans après, parce qu'on a des mauvais résultats entre blessures et mauvais choix de roster, etc. Tout d'un coup, le mec, il sait plus coacher. Moi, j'y crois pas.
Ouais, je suis d'accord avec toi. Le côté, tu passes de l'un à l'autre en 2
Tu vois, tu
secondes.
parlais tout à l'heure d'années de reconstruction, de stabilité. Ça m'a fait penser à un truc en NBA. Les Spurs, au moins 3 fois sur les 20 dernières années, ils ont fait des années où ils ont été complètement nuls parce qu'ils repartaient de zéro et puis ils sont repartis avec un bon draft pick et ils ont eu Tim Duncan, ensuite ils ont eu Wemby, etc. Et à aucun moment quelqu'un remet en cause Popovich en disant ouais, peut-être qu'il est trop vieux, peut-être qu'il sait plus coacher, tu vois. Non, ça fait partie du process, ça fait partie des sports américains, il n'y a pas de relégation, tu as des vagues comme ça et le courage, c'est justement d'admettre qu'il faut aller au creux de la vague pour pouvoir remonter et pas essayer de rester au milieu à gagner 6-7 matchs tous les ans, quoi.
Ouais, mais vous avez le problème, c'est qu'il y a les Jets qui sont avec vous, donc
Ouais.
ils font pas une bonne pub à New York, c'est pour ça.
C'est clair, c'est clair.
Non, mais en tout cas, bah écoute, c'était assez clair que malgré tout. Bon, c'est vrai que sur une saison à 2-12, c'est un peu compliqué d'en dire plus, mais
Ouais.
non, c'est intéressant un petit peu la perspective que tu as donnée là, et comme je te le propose, effectivement, ce serait intéressant qu'on fasse ça la prochaine fois avant la début de saison pour voir effectivement ce qui a été fait et justement quelles seront tes attentes à ce moment-là.
Ouais.
Et puis chaque année, on fera le
Je
début de
serais
saison et
hypé,
la
je
fin de
dirais
saison.
10 000.
10
Je
wins,
veux
10
rien.
wins. Puis on se reverra en décembre et tu me diras, bon, 10 lose, 10 lose. Bon, écoute, et tu sais que je suis quelqu'un qui aime bien les challenges. Hein. J'en ai fait un autre compère, Dallas Cowboys FR, quand il est venu faire ça. Alors, je commence avec votre division.
Notre division,
Il
ok.
parlait des Cowboys. Alors, c'est juste parce que je pense que les Eagles, ils ont de fortes chances d'aller jusqu'en février. Donc, avec les blessures de côté Lions, ça va peut-être leur porter préjudice à force. Même si j'ai beaucoup de respect pour ce qu'ils font cette année, encore une fois. Mais c'est quoi ton chiffre préféré? C'est bien, ça fait comme si on n'en avait pas du tout parlé juste avant.
Non, c'est clair. Si j'étais receveur en NFL, je serais resté sur les numéros traditionnels dans les 80,
Oui.
donc on va dire 85.
85, ok. Bah écoute, je te propose quelque chose. Alors déjà, si tu veux bien revenir, reparler des Giants au mois d'août l'année prochaine, mais sinon, au moment du début de la fantasy, ce serait que si on fait 85 likes sur YouTube, je parle bien sur YouTube, ce serait que tu viennes nous parler un petit peu justement de Fantasy Ballers, de la fantasy, et présenter un petit peu ça à tout le monde pour qu'on puisse un peu étendre ça et puis qu'ils puissent suivre aussi ce que vous faites, parce que un des compères à l'époque où j'étais à la fine équipe, Antoine, est avec vous et c'est vachement sympa et voilà, ça peut être. Je trouve que c'est assez fun. Il y a pas mal de petits formats qui sont quand même bien sympas sur YouTube ou même sur les réseaux qui sont faits par des Français et je trouve que ça bien qu'on se serre les coudes. Donc moi j'aimerais bien que tu viennes nous présenter un petit peu tout ça, que tu viennes nous faire un petit peu saliver, donner envie et créer pourquoi pas une ligue de l'audience du Huddle pour voir qui sera le meilleur. Donc,
avec grand plaisir, avec grand plaisir. Ouais. 85 likes.
85 likes.
Mettez
Au
votre
86e,
like.
Tu nous fais 1 heure tu nous le fais en live.
Ça marche, ça marche.
Ok. Bon bah écoute, en tout cas un grand merci à toi d'avoir pris le temps de venir parler. Je sais qu'on en a pas mal ri quand on s'est parlé en chat là. Tu disais Valiant, ça va être très joyeux. Mais écoute, t'avais qu'à être pour les Chiefs. Qu'est-ce que tu veux que je te dise moi?
Ouais, écoute, ça va avec les Giants. On a quand même eu des belles périodes et 2 Super Bowls sur les 25 dernières années. Donc on a eu notre moment. Mais c'est vrai que les 10 dernières années en particulier, c'est vraiment dur. Je crois que les gens ne réalisent pas à quel point on a été nuls. Parfois, je parlais à des gens, genre l'autre jour, je parlais à un fan des Vikings, il me dit ouais, mais attends, tu réalises pas comment j'en ai mangé depuis 2010, la traversée du désert, machin. Je fais, mais il est sérieux, lui? Genre, j'ai regardé, la pire saison, ils avaient gagné 7 matchs, quoi. Moi, 7 matchs, c'est déjà.
C'est-
Donc, non, je crois que les gens réalisent pas à quel point les Giants ont été mauvais depuis 10 ans. C'est vraiment. Il n'y a pas eu un bon moment, quoi. Mais par contre, avant, on en a bien profité.
Ouais, moi
Il est temps que ça revienne.
J'avais un joueur côté Giants, Tiki Barber, que je suivais pas mal à
Bah
l'époque,
oui.
quand j'étais beaucoup plus jeune, avec Kerry Collins, c'est ça, qui était aussi en QB. C'est Collins, hein, c'est ça, parce que j'ai un petit doute.
Ouais,
Ça, c'est avant que Peyton
ouais.
Manning arrive, hein, parce qu'il y a eu entre-temps Kurt
Eli,
Warner
ouais.
une petite saison. Et
Ouais.
après, tu as eu le fameux Peyton et l'upset,
Eli.
double upset face à Brady.
Ouais.
On s'en rappelle, bravo à vous. C'est quand même pas mal d'avoir vu les Dolphins. Comme nous, les Dolphins, nos Super Bowls sont en noir et blanc. Donc,
C'est vrai, j'avoue.
tu sais, quand le meilleur quarterback de l'histoire à n'avoir jamais gagné un Super Bowl, c'est le
Ouais, en
quarterback
plus,
des Dolphins.
ouais.
Je te dis, putain, c'est dur. Enfin bon, bref. Je te dis à bientôt les 5. Un message positif et de respect pour les Giants, s'il vous plaît. On essaie de rester courtois et l'idée, c'est qu'on vienne tous partager un petit peu notre passion et qu'on fasse un petit peu grandir effectivement cette passion française pour, si un jour on a la chance d'avoir un match en France, qu'on soit tous là et qu'on passe un bon moment. Écoute,
Yes.
à très bientôt et je vous dis à tous à la prochaine. Salut!
Ciao.